This is the Parley, a place where guests are required to put their money where their mouth is, where we double down on the discourse and conversation. That's the only currency accepted. Proudly presented by the Nefarious Media Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, people all over the world, welcome to episode 4 of the Parley. I'm sure it will be a fantastic one. There's a hint in there, a tease, a clue that may or may not be revealed. Probably won't be, but you know, sometimes you like to set up clues for later that will be revealed in time. But this is episode 4 of the Parley, our show where conversation is the currency, and we are rich in dialogue. So let me waste no time in bringing on the crew that we have assembled here for this episode. First of all, we got two brothers that showed up and showed out recently for the first episode of the Parley, not the Parley, Ring Theory, the newest addition to, I just got back from the movie theaters, y'all. I got a lot of thoughts swimming around in my head, man. I feel like I've been trapped in a dark room for a little bit, so we will get into that. But these two brothers acquitted themselves excellently on the first edition of Ring Theory. So without any further ado, let's bring them to the stage. First up, upper mid-card, Jay Lacey is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
West, y'all. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, brother. I'm doing good. And then let's bring this other brother out to the stage, man. Ray just took everybody off the stage. He said, "Ain't nobody." Ray said, "Ain't nobody coming to see you, Jay Lacey." Like this man,
I got kicked off the stage.
This man Ray Williams is diabolical behind the scenes. But somebody who is not diabolical, at least not to our knowledge yet, is your co-host on Ring Theory, Jay. Y'all know this man. Y'all love this man. Downtown Gerard Brown is with us this episode, ladies and gentlemen.
What's good, y'all? How you doing? And hey, brother Nate, I'm right behind you, fresh out the theater and getting some ribs. So I had to get some food after because, man, that theater food is not it. And $20 for some popcorn that's dry and the butter's too much. Nah.
Like there's one theater in my neck of the woods that actually has some good theater food, but then you got to pay good theater food prices. And I'm like, nah. There's a tropical smoothie literally right across the street. I'm going to go right there.
Hey, I almost snuck in some McDonald's.
I got a movie theater food story for later, but I'll save it. But let's bring on this man who tried to silence us, who tried to make us disappear, but he couldn't do it, man. And I was going to admonish him in front of everybody, but his brothers had a rough 24 hours, man. And so, you know, sometimes your family members, you know, they may lash out when they're going through something. Hurt people. But he is not a member of the Hurt Syndicate. He is a member of the Nefarious Media Crew. Y'all give it up for the super producer. Some people call him Caitlin Dark, but we call this man Two-Way Ray Williams. What's good, Ray?
Not much. I'm still in a stage of grieving right now, but I appreciate you giving me the respect and the time to get myself together. That's always,
you know, we told Ray he could take the show off, but you know, Ray, you know, is a trooper. You know, he wanted to step up and produce this episode. But you know what, Ray, we all know here at Nefarious Media what you've been going through the last 24 hours, man, upon hearing the news about Cora Jade. So we all are here for you, Ray. We got your back, man. And just remember, brother, don't cry over spilled milk, my man.
Stop it.
You knew it was coming, Ray.
I knew it was coming, especially in the group chat. Thank you, Beige Forefather, for the gift, the gift that kept on giving. So
But Ray's gonna try to get through this as best he can. But I'm excited for this edition of the Parlay. We have assembled our own team here, our own Thunderbolts, if you will, or maybe we're just a group of sinners who've been saved by grace. But we'll get into all of that. Also, want to send a shout out to everybody who is a member of the Nefarious Media Network Patreon. If you are a patron, you have the golden ticket. You have the keys to the city. You can hop on with us this week and chime in with your thoughts on all of the topics that we're going to get into. And if you're not a patron, if you're just watching us on YouTube like regular for free, a freeloader, as W.H. Park would say, I wouldn't call y'all that. That's what W.H. Park called y'all. But you can still chime in the chat. Let us know your thoughts, man. This is not like your boy at the White House, Ray, with the signal chat that ain't nobody supposed to be in. This is an open chat for everybody to chime in. But I want to get into movies. I want to get into the Shedeur Sanders thing, which is still mind-boggling to me. But before we do that, man, I just want to catch up with the team. So, Jay, it's been since Ring Theory. That's the last time like we really talk. But what's been going on with you, brother? What's been going on in the life of upper mid-card Jay Lacey?
Man, life has been lifing. You know what I'm saying? Just been at work, you know, just grinding, you know what I'm saying? Working twice as hard to get half as much, you know, but everything's been going pretty good. The family's healthy, praise God. Family's doing well. Everything is going well. I'm just like in the, you know, slipping a little bit on these movies. I'm trying to stay away from trailers, trying to stay away from spoilers. So yeah, I got a lot to catch up on in the next couple days. I'll be doing all of that, you know, catching up on Sinners, catching up on Thunderbolts, and you know, some of these other shows I've been trying to catch up on as well too. So yeah, but everything else is good, man. I'm just excited to be up here in the parlay. So thank you for the invite.
No doubt. Gerard, what's been going on with you, brother?
Hey, same, man. Working and grinding. I work in higher education, and so the year just ended for us, and so finals wrapped up. Students are moving out, and with that coming to a conclusion, it's finally allowing for some time for rest because this last week has been kind of fast paced, and I will not hold you. I tapped on SmackDown. I was halfway through SmackDown, and I was watching it, and I was just like, I felt myself going, yep, I'm gonna need something a little different because that wrestling fatigue has now hit full on. So I just need to take a pause and just go watch something else. And I picked up The Last of Us, and so I finished. I'm caught up to The Last of Us where we are. I think the new episode either drops today or tomorrow. So
I think it's Sunday.
For that. But tomorrow. So yeah, let's rock with that. But interesting. I've played the video game, and I'm curious to see where we're going. And I have some thoughts about people who are acting in roles, but I'm also glad this week, amongst all the students moving out, I got to go see Sinners. Took my mom to go see that, and then it must have hit something fierce in my soul because then I found myself back at the movie theater again, less than 24 hours later in IMAX. So, man, I love Sinners. What a film! And then I caught a little matinee showing of Thunderbolts today. So yeah, we'll definitely chat a little more about that. But I'm curious to hear about Ray and how he's been doing.
Yeah, Ray, America's favorite milk merchant. How have you been, brother? What's been going on in your life, my friend?
Stop it.
King of calcium, ladies and gentlemen.
I've been all right.
Stop.
The Sultan of Skim. That last one didn't sound right.
You're gonna talk yourself in the hole like I did with the Ricky Superdome. So
Ricky Superdome, never forget.
Never forget.
But I've been all right, man. Of course, considering the obvious, but for real, yeah, just been same as Jay. Just been working. Life is lifing, and unlike Gerard, our school years, we still got another month. So counting down the days, and yeah, we just got through our spring break as well. So I kind of split, and it's similar to mixed martial arts SBF podcast available right here on Nefarious Means, where you have 3 5-minute rounds. So the school year I split up into 3 rounds. So you got the first round from the start of the school year on to like winter break, and then the second round from winter break to spring break, and now we in that third round. This ain't no championship rounds. I know you feel why I'm going downtown, but yeah, we in the final stretch, and our kids had our kids had their prom yesterday.
Okay.
Which it seems like they have proms further and further out from their graduation because they still don't graduate until like first week of June. But yeah, our
was you one of the adult chaperones at the prom, Ray?
Not this time. I would have been had I not been on now my contracted out. I'm a contractor now for post wrestling. So unlike downtown Brown, I had to stay up for those 3 hours and more to review. Well, or to help out with Brother John and Brother our man Neil. So just helping out with that. But yeah, just trying to embrace the grind as we come to a close this school year, and then just looking forward to the summer. So
speaking of the grind, Ray Williams, let me tell you a little something about my job, man. What type of malarkey, if I can use that language, in public, you know. So here's the thing. We know how corporations do, Ray. They want to maximize their profit while minimizing their expenses. And an easy expense to minimize is your employees and the number of employees that you have. So right now, y'all know I work in an automotive shop, and so you know, when I'm not on podcast, when I'm not broadcasting, I'm spending the majority of my time at this automotive shop. And optimally, we should have 4 people in the front, a store manager, and then at least 5 people in the back. So that's 10 people right there, Ray Williams. 10 people, and that's like minimum that we should have to be able to run a store efficiently. Currently, we have 9 people on the payroll for the whole store. They have extended our store hours 2 hours. They added an hour on the top and an hour at the bottom. So we going from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. 7 days a week. And they had the nerve, the temerity, the unmitigated gall to send out an email this week talking about, hey guys, make sure we're keeping track of overtime. And I said to my boss, Ray, I said, I'm not a mathematician, man. But if we got 9 people at the store, 7 days out the week, y'all don't want us to get over 40 hours. That's not mathematically possible unless you're giving us 3-hour lunches every day. So what I've been doing, and here's the thing, because I doubt any of our customers are listening to these shows. I doubt any of the people in upper management listening to this show. I've developed a plan that I call, Ray, I call it the Milton Protocol.
Oh, no.
So what the Milton Protocol is, you know, hey, everybody got to do what they got to do, Gerard. So the Milton Protocol is, you know, at 6 o'clock, because we go from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. At 6 o'clock, what I will do is, you know, as long as there's no customers that are just coming in, I will see my window of opportunity. I will tell my guy that's working in the back of the shop, hey, start cleaning up, dog. Start cleaning up. Finish up that car and start cleaning up. And I will go to the front of the lobby, turn out each of the lights individually, except for the light that is above the desk when you first walk in. So that way, from an outsider's perspective, it looks like this business is either closed or is in the process of closing, even though we got to be there for another 60 minutes, Jay Lacey. So technically, I have not closed the store. The store is open. But from the outside, the appearance is that the store is closed. And I've gotten away with it for 3 nights this past week, where after 6 o'clock, I've had 1 customer come in all of those 3 nights after I've done the Milton Protocol. And they were like, are you guys still open? I'm like, yeah, we're still open for a few more minutes, sir, ma'am. But, you know, is there anything I could set an appointment for tomorrow? And thus far, Ray Williams, I've gotten away with the scam. I've gotten away with the plan. And here's the other thing. If somebody comes in, hey, why are all the lights out? And I got 2 ways I can go, Ray. I could either say, hey, you know, my eyes are very sensitive to these fluorescent lights. And, you know, I just needed, you know, my eyes were starting to hurt. I wanted to make sure I could work this last hour with the way the lights were set up. Or, Ray, I could go, oh, man, some lady had a kid in here, man, and he was just hitting all the buttons. I just haven't had a chance to go over there and turn the lights back on because I've been serving the customers that were over here. So either way, you ain't gonna get me, Ray. Fast as you can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man, Ray Williams.
You better really hope nobody at that boy's.
I mean, but like that's not that word. Like, where are you at? Are you at the desk? Are you at least under the light at the desk?
I'm at the front. Yes, I'm under the light at the desk.
Okay, yeah, you good.
So I'm in the store.
It's not like you hiding in the back cleaning up, and then you're like, "Oh, hi, customer." Like, no, you good, man.
The shop is open. I'm at the desk. I'm doing paperwork, but all the lights except for the section of lights above the desks are out.
It don't sound like you turned the open sign off. So I mean,
I would never do that. I would never do that, Jay.
You good?
I would never do anything to bring shame upon the good name of the Icon International Automotive Corporation.
the family-run establishment of
yes. But here's the thing, like I said, Ray, customers can come in all they want up until 6:59. The door is open. If you just looked out and saw that the lights are off, I don't think this place is open. That's your fault for judging a book by its cover. If you really wanted this service, you would have opened the door and said, "Hey, you guys still open?" But you have not because you asked not. That's not on me. That's on them, Ray.
See, now you gaslight. See, now.
But also, why you pulling up to a car shop hour with for service? Like, come on,
be surprised.
Plan better. Plan better. Like, maybe
thing.
Some tire pressure checks.
Well,
okay,
right.
we
Like
set an appointment.
If it's an emergency, like if it's a nice little old lady that's got a flat tire or something like that, come on in. We got you, Grandma. But if you somebody, especially like these young brothers out here, man, especially in the service, got all this extra money. Hey, man, I need an emergency oil change. It's $6.59. Like, sir, first of all, there's no such thing as an emergency oil change, Ray, because your car tells you.
You should have known,
when your oil change is coming due. And if the car don't tell you, most places you go to give you a little sticker at the top with some dates on it, and you just got to follow the dates. So there's no such thing as an emergency oil change, sir.
Well, the thing is, and I kind of been in that position where, like, I'm getting off work late. I just barreled through rush hour. It's like 6:30. They start closing, or they supposed to close at 7. I get there around 6:30, 6:35. See, and they not as subtle as you. They'd be like, "We closing up." I'm like, y'all don't close till 7. What you talking about?
Well, here's the thing for your benefit, Ray. As somebody that I used to be a manager at a fast food staff. Technically, we weren't fast food. We were fast casual because we was a little bougie. You don't want that end of the shift food, man.
You really don't.
Because the best case scenario you're gonna get, Ray, is they actually take the time to make it and make it fresh for you. Realistically, what you're gonna get is them fries dipped back into the grease. That burger just slapped back onto the grill. Ain't gonna be no fresh meat. It's just gonna be reheated meat, and that's not what you want for dinner, Ray.
No, what I'm talking about is similar to what you do. Is like the oil change. It's like, I know I got the oil change coming up. I know I see the sticker. Is like, but I'm just getting off work. I'm just trying to brave through. I've been in rush hour traffic for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Like, I'm just getting here, dog. Just it don't take.
You know what, Ray? As a member of the automotive industry, I feel like I can give you this advice for next time when that situation arises. I would tell you, Mr. Williams, we understand that you need an oil change. We're happy that you decided to bring our business here. But next time, why don't you schedule a damn appointment, sir? Don't just be showing up all willy-nilly. Like, we got to stop things for you, Ray. 6:30 at night, the oil change is going to take at least 25 minutes. What you want me to do with that, Ray Williams? Take 5 minutes for me to write up the information on the vehicle, Ray. We already at 30 now.
See, I ain't going to start no beef in between auto mechanics, but let's just say the place that I go to, you don't need an appointment. You can do a walk-in. That's all.
Okay. Well, you walk in at your own risk, Ray. Sometimes you walk in, you walk right back out because they telling you they closed at 6:30.
That has happened. Now, And now I just do it on the weekend. I just whenever I'm available, I just do it on the weekends, first thing in the morning.
That's a good, that's the best time to do it anyway, Ray. Especially if it's a day like this weekend, like where the weather's been kind of decent. Get your oil change, go wash your car, man. Have a good, make a day out of it, Ray.
Put summertime on.
Right, put summertime on.
Mm-hmm.
2 miles an hour, so everybody sees you, Ray Williams.
Come on, man.
Get you a fresh glass of milk on these streets.
Yeah, I need to get my car.
You about to get him a frosty mug.
Get you a nice glass of Nestle quick out here, right? Strawberry quick.
I will never beat these allegations. And stop encouraging him, Jay. I'm encouraged,
man. Upgrade to like a popsicle or something at this point. We're getting into the warmer months.
But let's talk about these movies, man, because I had a good time at the movies today, man. So 2 big movies out right now. Sinners, Ryan Coogler's latest joint, man. This brother to me has never had a bad film, and I'm hearing from a lot of credible people, including Downtown Brown and Brittany Monet, that this is one of Coogler's best work, if not his best work. And then the movie I chose to see today, Ray. These Thunderbolts out here, they was thunderbolting, Ray. I was pleasantly surprised by the Thunderbolts. Yes, spoiler-free Thunderbolts review. If you want the super spoiled edition, wait a week or two when me, Brittany, and Jenny reconvene on Avengers Initiative, because I have thoughts, particularly about that last post-credit scene. And it's not about what everybody else is talking about that has seen that post-credit scene. I have an issue, and I think Gerard knows my issue, with a certain, let's say, legal matter that was brought up in the final post-credit scene. And I'm like, they stayed doing my boy dirty, but we ain't getting into that because that's a spoiler. But I saw Thunderbolts. Gerard has seen Thunderbolts. Jay and Ray, have y'all seen it yet?
No, not yet. No.
Okay, so we're not gonna spoil anything for anybody who hasn't seen it, because it is still an opening weekend. But just off the top, Gerard, you have seen it more recently than me, probably by an hour or so. What did you think of the latest in the long line of these Marvel Cinematic Universe joints?
I think it was a really great film. I enjoyed the ensemble cast. I like the fact that what we were doing, and the way I reflected on the film, is we took a lot of the pieces of Phase 4 and a little bit of Phase 3 because of Ghost, and we tried to bring them all together to create this unit. And it was a fun film. I think it highlighted a lot of people that in other bigger films, they don't get the time to get highlighted like that. And I think if you look at this movie also from the lens of like, this is like somebody's solo film out of that group, because I think one person gets a bigger shine, more than most, and they lead kind of throughout certain acts. Kind of they are the can't get the word out, but they're basically causing the story to move forward because of some of the actions they're doing and leading by. I think it's a great thing for them. My biggest problem with Thunderbolts is the marketing campaign, because to say it is the best film since Endgame,
right?
I kept sitting there with that in my head the whole time, and I'm just like, it's great. We must be like about to take it to another level. Okay, I cannot wait till we hit that point. Okay. And I was like, oh, are we doing a Venom 2? Like, it must be the post-credit scene that like everybody raved about Venom 2's post-credit scene when you first went to it. Okay, let's go see that. And I got to the end of the post-credit scene. I'm like, okay, we can all expect this. And I like this as a post-credit scene, but I didn't feel something in this movie like I felt something in Sinners. And one of my friends was just like, hey, 2 different movies. And I know they're 2 different movies, but when you're telling me this is better than Endgame, and I felt something in Endgame. Bawled my eyes out when Tony died. It got me. I felt something in Wakanda Forever. I cried 3 times in Guardians of the Galaxy, and I didn't expect to. Like those movies, I felt something in those movies. I really I think this is on par with Shang-Chi.
Okay.
I think those are, and I love Shang-Chi. So like, that's not an insult.
Yeah,
I love
Shang-Chi is cool.
Shang-Chi, excuse me. But nah, they like, how did you feel coming out the film, man? Because like, I really love the movie. I think the marketing is just it's doing it kind of dirty.
Well, the marketing is a problem in my opinion, because yes, one random reviewer may have said this is the best movie from Marvel since Endgame. You ain't got to say it. You ain't got to put it on the poster, especially right now. Like, I am not one of these people who's been like, oh, Marvel's dead, Marvel sucks, da 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 da. Like, I think, Marvel, like any good franchise, has ebbs and flows. And I think right now they've been, since Endgame, they've been in the rebuilding stage, the rebuilding and reloading stage. And I think just having that quote on your trailer is just inviting unfair comparisons to this film. But overall, I enjoyed Thunderbolts, man. Like, I think, and it's probably good that I did choose to see Thunderbolts Saturday and Center Sunday versus the other way around, because maybe that may have colored my thoughts on Thunderbolts. But I think I gave Captain America: Brave New World a 7 out of 10. Like, I think I enjoy that movie more than most. Even though it's got flaws, I feel like Mackie and Ford did the damn thing in that movie. And I think I'd go a little bit higher with this one. I think I'd give this one an 8. Because there were moments, like there are moments in this film that feel like 2012's Avengers. And it doesn't feel cheap. It doesn't feel derivative. It feels earned because of the journey you go on with these characters. Again, there is one character, and I've made the joke online, like, I guess they ain't gonna be in Rush Hour 3. Like, we knew you weren't gonna make it out of this one. I ain't gonna say who it is, but we knew you weren't gonna make it out of this one, dog. Like,
that's tough.
Grand opening, grand closing.
It was not a joke
had the audacity to put this person on the poster. Like, come on, man, y'all ain't slick, Marvel. Y'all did this person wrong. But I think you're right. Like, this is a movie that feels like a sequel to a bunch of different things. It's a sequel to Black Widow. It's a sequel to Captain America and the Winter Soldier. It's a sequel to Ghost and a role in Ant-Man. And so, like, I think there's a lot of good in this. Bob is a character that I wasn't checking for before this movie, and I guess he was supposed to be played by Steven Yeun, and because of the writer's strike, it didn't work out. And they got Bill Pullman's son, who I ain't never heard of before this movie, but he was good. He was good. I ain't gonna take it away from him. Nepo baby and all. He was good. He the Bronny James of the MCU. But I think the piece that pulled it all together for me was the relationships of the characters, particularly when you look at Alexei, the Red Guardian, and Yelena, and just their relationship and the way, like, that's what first got me interested in this movie. Like, the very first teaser trailer, like, last year, when and it's a scene that's actually in the movie where Alexei thinks Yelena's like DoorDash. And he's all like, he living grimy. He ain't been fulfilled, man. He just out here feeling sorry for himself. And then when he finds out, like, oh, it's my fake daughter from that Russian Soviet program we was in, he got to get all cleaned up and everything. And then they just have a conversation. So I think, like, they're good. Like, Bucky being in this, like, I wanted more Bucky, but Bucky was good in this. Your man John Walker. John Walker had some good moments in this one. I didn't think I was gonna like John Walker in this one. But then, to me, Gerard, the person that kind of, I think you're right. Yelena was the one that moved a lot of the action of the story, but I also feel like it was like a two-person weave, because it was her and Val, Julia Louis-Dreyfus' character. Like, I feel like those two, like, were the driving force of the film. And so, yeah, I feel like it's a good time, man. It sets some things up, particularly when you get to that last post-credits scene. I'll tell you right now, like, it is not the best MCU movie since Endgame, but it's a good time, man. It's a good time, and it gives you some of those old Avengers-esque feelings when they do the team up at the end of the movie. So yeah, I would recommend it, Ray. I would recommend it, Jay. I had a good time with it.
All right. Well, I think, to be fair, I think there's a difference, and maybe it's just a case of semantics. It's probably a difference between best since and just as good as. So maybe they're just like, because I think you guys mentioned like some of the bright spots since Endgame, like maybe a No Way Home or like a Shang-Chi or
Deadpool and Wolverine was just like 3 months or something ago, Ray. Like they said they saying this got Deadpool and Wolverine. I don't like. I like them both, but like it's a crazy statement in my opinion, Ray. The best since Endgame. So we overlooking Shang-Chi, we overlooking Wakanda Forever, we overlooking Guardians 3, we overlooking No Way Home, we overlooking Deadpool and Wolverine. It's like I don't know, dog.
Yeah, now that you mention those, yeah. That
and the fact that it was just one person that said it and they pulled it for their quote. I'm like, come on, dog.
Yeah,
you set yourselves up.
Pushes for the marketing campaign, and it just, I understand we need to get people to the theaters because here's the thing: if we get people invested in this one, we got you in July. Then, and then we can add even more people to the Fantastic Four in July. I understand what they're doing. Because they're trying to get that Marvel year back. Because then you'll have 3 strong films this year. All in the year to lead out that. But like, just get the label off. Like, what? Where was his marketing energy last a couple months ago?
They did Sam dirty with that marketing.
Non-traditional Captain America.
Not my Captain America. Like, hold on there. What are you saying?
I'm tired of them throwing Sam in these predicaments.
Man, look, I need Ryan Coogler
for a loan.
I need Ryan Coogler to have a sit down with both of them Russos and like, hey, I know y'all got Sam coming back for both of these Avengers movies. You bet not do this Negro dirty. Cause Sam needs some wins, man.
See, I swear with Nate, with the way you be doing impression, I thought you were about to go into your Bay Area voice for Ryan Coogler.
look here, cuz. You can't be putting dirt on Sam's name like that, cuz. Gonna ride off on you fools at they bone barbecue.
Like
Russo brother.
That brother has a thick Bay accent. I was like, wow.
Why is Ryan Coogler and E40 walking up to Marvel Studios like that? What is going on? But no, they do, and again, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but yeah, that post-credit scene, like, it was weird though, Gerard, because it got me hyped for the last thing that we saw. It also got me hyped for the potential for great storytelling when you've got these conflicting issues that the post-credit scene brings up. But the way that they got to that conflict, at least in that little bit that we got, I don't like the way we get to that conflict.
We don't need to keep landing and putting stripes against this man for him to have to overcome, dog. I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to be as spoiler-free as possible. But like, I do like I like it because it reminds me of, oh my gosh, there's Thor's hammer and there's Coulson there. Like, all right, I have to call you back. I got to deal with this situation first. And it's teasing not only the fact that, hey, Thor's coming. We're building up the Avengers. That movie is on the way. But we about to jump to this situation, and we about to tell you a whole new story with that. Like, I ain't spoiling Thor. Have you not seen Thor from 2011? Don't tell me
no. Ray wasn't trained to wait for the post-credit scenes back then.
Like, I don't think I spoiled anything. But I'm trying to be as
Ray Thor does show up in the Avengers.
I know that.
The whole time he's like, who is this random Norse man?
No.
They should make a movie about him. He's good. So you ain't seen Remember the Titans, you ain't never seen Thor.
Oh man. That's crazy.
I'm just saying, you ain't got to tell me that he's returning. Like, let me.
No. Thor has nothing to do with this post-credit scene at the end of this movie.
No, he's talking about the way the post-credit scene used to make you feel.
Oh, as an example. All right.
It's not just a joke. Like, oh, hey, I'm glad you made it to the end of this post-credit scene. Like Captain America at the end of Homecoming. Like, nah, I don't want to do. I want to laugh. I want to see something that excites me. So, like, it gives me that kind of excitement for the future.
And I'm like, man, come on, man. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, y'all, if y'all had this juice, y'all could have gave Sam a better post-credit scene, man. in Cap 4. Spoiler alert if you ain't seen Cap 4 yet. His post-credit scene was when they got the leader. Spoiler alert, the good guy won in the Marvel movie. Oh, shocker. And they locked up the leader, and Sam is like, you're going to spend a lot of time in here, whatever he say. And the leader's like, that's very funny. And he's like, I don't think we share the same sense of humor. And he's like, oh, but you will, because the others are coming. Sam Wilson will return. I'm like, at this point, should he want to, the way y'all did this, man, with his post-credit scene?
I'm glad you mentioned that because I forgot about that part until you reminded me. It's like, that was so forgettable.
Yeah. And okay, now we going back to Sam, man. We're going back to Sam because one of the things that I love how they clicked on like Black Marvel ending. So if you look at like Black Panther to me has one of the best. Actually, I should say non-traditional Marvel ending, because if you go to Black Panther, when Black Panther has all the stars with the little sand sculptures and stuff at the end, that to me is like top tier Marvel in music credits. You go to Shang-Chi and they had the
Fire in the Sky.
Fire in the Sky, Anderson .Paak with the little water images, like fire. And they was like, yeah, we cooking with this. Let's give Sam the non-traditional ending. And they had the Kendrick Lamar I song at the end. I'm like, okay, Sam. And then we get that post-credit scene. I'm like, that's what you did to this man. Justice for Sam Wilson, yes.
I mean, if I'm trying to hype that scene up in any way, it's cool that Black man on the other side of the bars, especially bars he's been in already in this movie
in the rap,
series. Yeah. So it's cool to see him like have that other side of it, but like, and I guess like I get it, like that's supposed to be like that don't have the same like kick as a Samuel L. Jackson saying, "Hey, I'm here to serve the Avengers." Like that ain't hitting the same as the others are coming. The others are coming. Like, okay.
Cool. And then you got people like, oh, don't you know he's talking about the Illuminati? Oh, don't you know he's talking about Dr. Doom? Like he could be talking about anybody. He said the others.
All right.
It's just come on. They could have did better for Sam.
I'm gonna be quiet. I was about to say something, but I'll say it. I'll pipe in later.
You know what? If y'all wanted to, look, here's how they could have fixed that post credit scene, Jay. Do the same damn thing, but then do what you did for Miss Marvel to get people hyped about that last episode of Miss Marvel. Had the leader be like, "Wait for it, Sam, because the others are coming." Like, at least that's something. At least that's something.
Yeah.
Hey, I felt something more than that. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. They have done Sam dirty in a lot of different ways, but I'm hoping moving forward, especially if the Russos get their hands back on him, I'm sure that this is going to spin in a much better direction for him moving forward, because the Russos seem to do better with a lot of people's characters when they bring them over. So,
and that was the first movie Sam was introduced in was Captain America: Winter Soldier.
On your left.
Yeah. So hopefully they do Sam better, man. Hopefully, because this brother, you got to think, Ray, this is inspirational. This man went from a brother that couldn't get a loan in this country after serving this country to leading the Avengers. Maybe, we don't know. At least he got a shield.
True.
Oh, man.
That's Falcon right there. No,
I'm gonna be quiet now because I'm trying not to talk. No spoilers.
I
am upset about that end scene.
Yeah.
That one note, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
It was crazy because I was like hyped at the same time, but then like after it goes to black and we're leaving the theater, I'm like, okay, this is gonna be cool. Took me maybe about 5 minutes, Gerard, to be like, wait a minute. They said he did what? No, he wouldn't go out like that.
I'm going to say that was like a Sour Patch Kid. That was sour than sweet, for sure.
Yeah.
That was for sure sour than sweet, man.
It's like, nah, you must be talking about some other character did this, right? Not him.
Oh, that's tough.
Got to be Sharon Carter, right? She's still around, ain't she? We ain't seen Sharon in a minute.
I was about to call her the programmer, but that's definitely not the title.
The power broker.
The power broker, yeah, not the programmer.
The programmer.
That's tough.
That's the next bit. That's the others that the leader was talking about. Wait till you see the programmer.
He really gonna knock your socks off.
He used to work for IT, but now he done turned over a bad leaf.
I will say this: we have spewed some positive and some slight criticism at Thunderbolts, but hey, I'm excited for movies right now. Like I'm excited for the next movie this summer because between Sinners and Thunderbolts in the same week, this is a strong week for movies for me. So, and I can't remember a time where I've seen two strong movies like that back to back.
Yep. So, and it's been a rough year. It's been a rough year for Hollywood. Like outside of, and again, for the most part, I don't care about the box office, Ray, but I do care when it comes to people using box office as a reason not to do a thing again. Right. But like Sam had a good opening weekend. You know, they finally, it took them a minute. They finally crossed $400 million. And then you had Minecraft was a big hit.
Yep.
And now you got Sinners and hopefully Thunderbolts. But other than that, it's been a down year for movies at the box office.
Yeah. And I think, especially like you guys were saying, I think it's been several different reasons that people haven't been trying to return to theaters, as far as like maybe especially with the advent, or not the advent, but the more commonality of movies being released day and date on digital or virtual sites and stuff like that, and also not wanting to deal with the different characters.
What was that movie with your boy, the one that's already cut you off, Ray? But what was that movie that just came out with your boy Timothy Chalamet?
Probably a Complete Unknown.
Talking about Dune?
No. Maybe it wasn't Timothy, but it was the movie about the guy that like he kept being killed, but they could bring him back, and he was like,
Mickey 17.
Mickey 17 by
Mickey 17. That was
Pattinson.
Pattinson, okay, Batman, yeah.
They don't all look alike, Nate.
I'm just going based off of their acting talent, Ray.
Sure,
I'm like Triple H in the movies. I don't see color, brother. But Mickey 17, that joint came out in the theaters one week. I'm not even lying, Jay. By the next weekend, they're like, Mickey 17 coming to streaming next week. Like, huh? It literally just came out.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right, Ray. Like I think, and there's so many things. Like we could do a whole episode just like talking about the pandemic, because I feel like there are so many effects from the pandemic, whether you're talking economy, whether you're talking about entertainment, whether you're talking about the way people live their lives, mental health. There's so many consequences and ripples from the pandemic that I still think are being felt, but people just don't want to talk about them, Ray.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And like you said, especially, when we're talking about the economy, especially nowadays, you got to bring up our boy 45, 47. But yeah, especially when it comes to just the luxuries and people having enough money for the luxuries, and it's not like movie theater ticket prices and concession prices are going down. Like Gerard was just mentioning, like, why would I want to spend $20 for a small bucket of popcorn or a bag of popcorn? How people be doing that. So yeah, I think it's a lot of factors, and I think
okay, Ray, again, sorry to cut you off again, man, but when you talked about the theaters and Gerard with the $20 bucket of popcorn, it reminded me that I teased the story about the greatest movie theater food sneak in that I've ever experienced. So
here's a clip.
I can't even remember what film it was, man. It had to be something. It was probably something like Uncharted or like something of that ilk, where it's like an actor that you like, but it's in a film that is based off of a property, and it's like, I don't really know, but I like that person, so I'll go see that movie. So it was myself and my buddy Greg Bicaveras, who is the person I've been calling football games down here in Virginia with since 2000.
Nice.
And so he's like, hey, man, I got 2 tickets. Like I think the movie theater was just opening. It was like opening weekend, and he had done a voiceover for a commercial for him. So guys, he got 2 free tickets. So he's like, you want to come to the movie theater? I'm like, yeah, let's go to the movie theater. Now, keep in mind, Ray, key element to the story, it's a Sunday evening. So Sunday evening, we go to the movie theater. Like they selling like the little, what do you call it? Like the glasses of wine, but like the prepackaged glasses of wine. They selling beer. They selling hot dogs, hamburgers. You know, they got like fettuccine Alfredo. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be classy at the movie theater, Ray, fettuccine Alfredo with a glass of wine. Okay. They didn't have no Negrito though. I checked. But he's like, I'm like, you know, get some popcorn, soda, whatever. He's like, hey, get a drink, but don't worry about the food. I'm like, okay, brother. So I got a drink. We sitting in the movie theater. Movie starts. About 5 minutes in, he's like, you hungry, man? I'm like, yeah, dog. So he reaches into his coat, pulls out a bag, almost like a shopping bag that contained some food. And I'm thinking, did this man pack like a picnic lunch, chicken, whatever? I was partly right, Gerard. This man had 4 Chick-fil-A sandwiches.
Wow.
Wrapped up in the cellophane bag, you know, the Chick-fil-A bag with I think he just had chips because, you know, fries, you got to eat those fries hot. But he had the Chick-fil-A sandwiches, some chips, and some candy. And I'm sitting there eating, like, and I'm just thinking, I'm like, when did you go to Chick-fil-A, dog? Because it's a Sunday. He's like, oh, I went last night. I'm like, okay. Man. So you brought me some day old Chick-fil-A sandwiches, man.
He brought you some body Chick-fil-A, bro.
Brother brought some day old Chick-fil-A sandwiches. But here's the thing, Ray Williams, a lesson in life: beggars cannot be choosers, sir. So I'm sitting there, like, it took me a second. I'm thinking about it because he had an original and a spicy with cheese on both and the pickles and everything. And I'm just sitting there like, you know what? This don't even like I understand, you know, you can keep a sandwich in the refrigerator for a day. Okay. Like, I understand that, but it's like the act of taking that sandwich from the refrigerator, bringing it to the movie theater. This is probably about a 30-minute journey to the movie theater. I'm like, so this sandwich been in the coat for like at least a good 30, 45 minutes.
Got the chill off.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
body heat on it.
I'm just sitting there thinking, like, you know what? Yeah. And here's the thing, Gerard, you gotta put yourself in somebody else's shoes. Cause I'm like, you know what? There's probably some starving kid in Lithuania right now that would kill for this body heated Chick-fil-A sandwich with the cheese and the pickles. So who am I to say that I'm too good to eat this, Ray Williams? It's a free Chick-fil-A sandwich on a Sunday. And I was like, you know what? Let's watch this. I think it was Angelina Jolie. Let's watch this Angelina Jolie movie. Pass me that sandwich, dog. And that was, I'm like, this man snuck a whole Chick-fil-A meal in his overcoat to the damn movie theater a day after he picked up the food from Chick-fil-A. But that's your friend sometimes.
That's hilarious.
See, I ain't gonna do you like that. If I come out of retirement, I ain't gonna do you like that. I'll take you to the movies. I took my homeboys to the movies. We went home first on bike. We went to the movie by bike, went home, got meat out the fridge, got that hamburger helper, whipped up a whole hamburger helper meal, put that sucker in the Tupperware, lit it in the Nike bag, bam. Kool-Aid, emptied out the empty 2-liter, the Kool-Aid pack up in there, some sugar. Somebody had to carry that on their back with the cups. Got some McDonald's though right before we got there. Got some Sour Patch Kids. Do that in the bag with the candy. Had plates in another bag. Plates and napkins. We do not joke. We do not play. We had a whole fresh meal. It took us maybe 15 minutes to get there. It was really cooling down. Fresh from the stove into the Tupperware. We do not play. I got you today, man. When we go to the theaters, it ain't gonna be no yesterday food. It's gonna be a fresh meal.
Yesterday's Chick-fil-A.
It does not work that way.
Yesterday's Chick-fil-A.
I want to have that home experience at the theater.
You know, with that Polynesian sauce, Ray, after a while, you know, you don't notice it.
Yeah. I'll take your word for it.
Hit it with that Nesian.
I ain't that adventurous.
Well, I do want to acknowledge that we got a special guest. So, well, we know this brother. He's always going to prepare ahead of time. He's always going to have the DoorDash in line before he go to the movie theaters. Ladies and gentlemen, and other good people, welcome the good doctor himself. Christopher Ely.
Hey, I completely fucking forgot that we were supposed to be podcasting today.
It's okay. Look, everybody's going through trauma right now. Ray obviously is calcium deficient with the release of Cora Jade. We know you, Chris. You know your Lakers took a tough L, so I understand, brother.
Oh, yeah. Look, man, I'm not even grieving that shit with the Lakers. That was beyond pathetic, man. I don't know what they need to do, but there's no excuse for that. I mean, and this isn't to disrespect Anthony Edwards, because he's a baller, you know what I'm saying? But the team itself is not that good,
you don't say.
I don't think they're going to be. I think in the next round they're going to get eliminated in 6 games.
Oh, okay.
And this is you shouldn't be losing to the Timberwolves, man. I don't know who. I don't know what the problem is.
Man, JJ said Luka need to stop being a big back. That's what JJ said.
Yeah, well, yeah, he probably needs to get his conditioning in order. But I mean, he showed up and balled in a few games. It's like there's something off with the chemistry because I mean, here's the thing: what makes it so embarrassing is that last year and the year before they made it further, and it's like that I don't know what's. This year they had a very good regular season, and then to like collapse like that, and I would have bet money, Nate, that they were gonna win game 5. You know what I'm saying? I would have bet the farm on that. I would have said they would have probably lost game 6, but I thought for sure they were gonna
at home,
win. Yeah, that game. And to not do that is disgraceful. I don't know what to do, but there's no pep talk. I wasn't even that sad about it because it was just so pathetic and it should have never had happened.
I think that's the crazy thing about this Lakers team, though, because given the opponent, like depending on the matchup, depending on how players play in individual games, I could have seen this team go anywhere from a first-round exit to losing in the Western Conference Finals, just because the West is so weird. Like we've got a Game 7 tonight with the Clippers and the Nuggets, and it's like I don't know who to pick in that series. Like we saw the Rockets put the boots to the Warriors hind parts the other night. Like I don't know who to pick in that. The only thing I know in the West is that OKC is really good and really inexperienced, and so I feel like your Lakers will be all right, Chris. They just got to make some moves in the offseason, and Luka got to get on a Peloton and stop drinking 40s during the offseason.
I mean, he was the one thing I'll say about Luka this season is he was under a lot of stress. I mean, having to move like that is a very dramatic thing to have to do for him and Anthony Davis. Is like you are being uprooted and told in the middle of a Saturday night, yo, you're not on the team that you were on, that you've been kind of helping groom and cultivate for the last, whatever amount of years. That's not an easy thing to go through. But the last place you want to be choking is the playoffs, man. It's like you can choke in the regular season, but you don't want to be choking in the playoffs.
Luka had a couple bad layups too. It's like, oh damn, dog. Because all the games were close with Minnesota, but it's like, Luka, you can't be missing wide open layups, dog.
Yeah, and then LeBron. I like some people were saying he washed. I don't think he's washed. I think
he's 40.
Yeah,
he's 40. But that brother also had 2 blocks and a steal within the span of like 90 seconds. Like, come on, man.
Still good. It's just LeBron is not gonna be doing what we saw him do in 2012, 13, 14. That's just not what his game is anymore. But
that's why you bring in Luka, because Luka's supposed to be doing that stuff now, and LeBron can be like, I ain't gonna disrespect LeBron by saying he's robbing. Like I think Stephen A. Smith and Mike Greenberg said that, which is ludicrous, because like if somebody's Batman, somebody's got to be Robin. And to that, Gerard, I would say, have you never read a comic book? Because if there's a Batman, you can also have a Superman, Aquaman, a Green Lantern. So he could be one of them other dudes. He just ain't got to be Batman no more, because that's what you brought in Luka for.
They could at least say Nightwing, man. What the fuck with this Robin shit, man? Like, Nightwing holds his own, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
If only there was somebody on the Kings of Sport podcast last episode that tried to, while most people were on the podcast, on the show, we're kind of having a Lakers appreciation day. I was trying to this other person was trying to let people know that it should take more than 3 people to get you to the Western Conference. It should take more than Luka, LeBron, and maybe Austin Reeves here or there. But that person got shouted down. Oh, well, that's all you need is Luka.
No, you come on, man. The fucking Timberwolves, dude. I'm not gonna put up with this shit. This was a choke job.
Hey, dog, here's the thing.
You're not Nostradamus over here.
Negrodamus.
That was a choke job by the Lakers.
It was.
That is exactly what it was.
Well, not only was it a choke job, Chris, but it was what the Timberwolves do well. And again, this is where I say matchups are important. What the Timberwolves do well played into what the Lakers don't do well.
Yeah, exactly.
Big dudes that can run. When you got Nas Reed, when you got McDaniel, when you got the man that I will say to this day, Gerard, is the man that caused COVID to spread like wildfire across the United States. Rudy Gobert, when he coughed on them people's microphones, Rudy Gobert looked like Superman in that series.
Patient
zero. He looked like I'd never seen the Timberwolves
the French strike again.
Play like that before. I just haven't seen it. Like, and this isn't Anthony Davis is the man. You know what I'm saying? Edwards, yeah, not Davis. Davis is old. Oh God. Anthony Edwards is the man. But you know, this was, like I said, man, this was a choke job, man. You don't want to disrespect the Timberwolves, but you also have to fucking acknowledge with the players that the Lakers have, this was a choke job.
I think it's the players that the Lakers don't have.
Yeah, that too, because they nixed the trade with Charlotte
with Mark Williams,
yeah, and you know, they needed a big. I was a proponent of like what would be the harm in like getting, you know, Dwight Howard, or just whatever.
No, the guy I've been telling you, Chris, I've been telling you, Ray, for like months and months and months. The guy they need is in Atlanta, and that's Onyeka Okongwu, who is the backup center for the Hawks. Went to USC. He's an athletic big. He can run. He can rim protect. He ain't gonna get you 20 points, but you don't need him to. You just need him to be big and athletic. And I would, if I'm the Lakers, I send Dalton Connect. I send so whatever draft capital they have to Atlanta. You ain't gonna have to spend too much. But to me, Onyeka is good because he's also young. Like I think he's 26 maybe. So you got at least, you know, 5 good years of Onyeka Okongwu with that team, and like that to me would work out well. But yeah, like again, Rudy Gobert shouldn't be out here looking like prime Shaq.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that should never happen.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It wasn't like it was just an anomaly, man. I'd never seen and I've seen the Lakers choke before. You know, it's not like I've been a Lakers fan forever. You know, I remember when they choked to the Rockets in the 80s, and I remember because the Rockets were good, they just weren't what they would eventually become in the 90s, right?
Yeah.
And then they've done this time and time again, you know. And in 2000, when they choked against Detroit, there was all kinds of They did.
I was actually watching. That. Nah,
they choked.
Gerard said, "Put some respect on Ben Wallace's name,
Right,
dog."
That was David and Goliath, and we came back to fight.
So they didn't choke. Detroit, that was the only year that they made it to the finals. They came close in subsequent years after that, but they stopped at that level. The Lakers just let them walk through. But also you got to consider Kobe had his charges during that time. There was beef with Karl Malone and Kobe that nobody fucking knew about. There was beef with Kobe.
I mean, Karl Malone did have charges.
Yeah,
he had charges too. That
he
he had
never beat no
and then
guy.
that was around the time where we were finding out that NFL player was his son. I forget the guy's name. And he had that kid with like a 13-year-old or something like that. There was so much drama with the Lakers during
Gary
that
Payton
year.
was on there just doing nothing.
Yes, it was not a good year. And that's not to take away from Detroit, because you can say Larry Brown had a system finally, that made it through the playoffs.
Give it up for Chauncey Billups, dog.
Chauncey Billups, Ben Wallace. You give it up to even Elton Campbell.
Rip Hamilton, yeah.
I'll give it up to Lindsey Hunter too.
Lindsey Hunter, yeah.
Yeah, they were
Troy.
they were a good team, but I mean that was like the Lakers were a dynasty.
Yeah.
The Detroit Pistons are not a dynasty.
That was the definition of a good team versus a team of stars that weren't a team.
Yeah.
I'll say because we put some respect on our name. We won won that year. We made it to the finals the next year and lost. We made it to the finals and lost the next year.
You went to the Final Four the next year.
The Eastern Conference.
Did we lose to Miami or did we lose in the finals?
Did you get to the finals?
I swear we made it to the finals and lost.
You lost.
I feel like each year was like a concession. Like we got further and further away each year.
Right. Yeah.
And then my television viewership and my bandwagon went on.
But they back. They had a good series against the Knicks.
Yeah, it was a great. It was an entertaining series, but
I mean, I will say this about the NBA is they have done a very great job of creating parity in this decade, because there hasn't been one team this whole fucking decade that's just ran away with the championship every year. Every decade there's at least one team that is the team of that decade. Who's the team of the 2020s? Because the Lakers won it the first year. You had the Lakers, the Warriors, the Celtics,
Denver,
and what's Boston. Yeah. So I mean, they've had the Greek Freak and all those cats. So they've done a good job of making it so that there's not one team is winning every year. But
they just setting it up for the next 10 years. It's gonna be Wemby time.
Yeah.
Chris is like, no.
Look, man, anything is.
Chris has had enough of Frenchmen dunking on the Lakers.
Yeah, but also I do give props to the Timberwolves, because they took advantage of a situation. They exposed the weaknesses, and it is what it is. But I mean, the Lakers have to be beating themselves up, because I do think a lot of this is them beating themselves.
Well, like LeBron, to Jay's point earlier, LeBron at 40 cannot be your best offensive option and your best defensive player every night. And for a lot of the season and a lot of the playoffs, he was, and that shouldn't be the case.
Right. Yeah. He's got to get some kind of help. He's got to get somebody to take the reins.
Well, he's got offensive help in Luka ostensibly, but they got to get some. Luka don't play no damn defense.
No.
Ray Williams right now in street clothes plays better defense than Luka Doncic.
Yeah. I mean, and what makes it so pathetic is that if Anthony Davis was on the team, they could have did the exact same shit. You know,
that's the thing. That's the thing. If they stayed pat with AD, I still think they may have they could have gone out in the first round. They could have gone out in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah. So I mean, it's it is what it is, man. But like I said, I wasn't mourning this shit that much.
He said he ain't gonna let you bring his spirit down, Ray Williams.
Yeah, I was just like the Lakers are the problem with streaky teams is they always find a way to lose the games that they're not supposed to lose, you know. This is for football. This is for you can see a team have an undefeated season in the regular season and then
lose to Eli Manning.
Get to the Super Bowl, then just fucking lose, you know. Like that's what happened to the Patriots, you know. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they overexerted themselves. I don't know.
Fun fact, because I know Ray wants to hop in here, but fun fact, when the Patriots lost to the Giants at that time, Bill Belichick's current girlfriend was 10 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. Think about it.
My brain did. I was like, "Whoa, wait, what?"
Think about it. Do the math.
I got you now.
He a fan.
All right, I did pull up I got it up now. So the year after they won, they were in the finals. They lost against the Spurs.
The Spurs,
okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. Hey, and that's the thing. The Spurs were not going to lose to the fucking Pistons. That's
wow.
The Spurs are a dynastic team. They work with that.
They're a team.
Yeah, they weren't going to be losing to the Pistons like the Lakers. The Lakers had all kinds of fucking schizophrenic problems, like Colorado issues and just all kinds of stuff they were dealing
the not
with.
like us all-stars.
Yeah, it was like the not like us all-stars. Exactly. It was a horrible year for Lakers basketball.
Mailman got a weird case. Why is he around?
And he's only gotten weirder.
I didn't even know that Karl Malone had the issues that he had, man.
Yeah, man. And then you know what? Like part of I think you probably remember this too, Chris. Part of the reason Karl Malone and Kobe had beef was Karl Malone was trying to hit on Vanessa.
Yeah, and that was substantiated by eyewitness accounts too. And this was during that whole playoffs thing. Is like he tried to proposition Vanessa at a game, and there's a YouTube video on that was going on. That was a crazy year, man.
Karl Malone, not a good person.
Not a good person.
Not a good person at all.
Yeah, after hearing all that stuff, I was like,
And
Ray was like, not my hero that fought alongside Diamond Dallas Page.
Right, yeah. The messed up thing about the Karl Malone thing is the 13-year-old girl that he had gotten pregnant. I think he was like maybe 19, 20, way too old to be getting a 13-year-old pregnant, right?
Like any age is way too damn old to be getting a 13-year-old pregnant.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're 13 and you get a 13,
yes, I see your point, Chris. I see your point. I'm just making sure the audience knows.
Yeah. But like the girl's parents were like, they had to critically think about pressing charges against that guy versus having him run them their money, you know? And they chose, okay, this fool's going to go to the NBA. He's going to have to drop us some change that way. So that's what they went with. I mean, and you know, you could talk about the ethics of that, but if that fool went to jail, you probably make the world a better place, but you're not getting paid, you know? So it's one of those weird, like, situations where it's like, what do, you know?
So before we was talking basketball, Chris, we were talking. we went to the movies, man. Talked about a couple movies that was out this weekend, man. Thunderbolts and Sinners. Have you had a chance to see either one of those?
We're seeing Sinners tomorrow.
Okay, me too, Chris. Me too.
Yeah.
We might be in the same theater, 2,000 miles apart.
My wife was out of town, and
okay.
I didn't want to see the movie without her because she'd have been complaining about it. So,
so Gerard, so you saw the movie. So can we get a spoiler-free reaction to Sinners, the latest joint from Ryan Coogler?
Kicking off with, and I'm trying not to do the same Marvel hyperbole of this is the best movie since Endgame. Well, homie, this to me is Ryan Coogler's best film.
Okay.
And I think it's because he gets to pour a lot of himself and his it's a passion project. You can feel it in the acting and what is on the screen. The main character who's in the film.
Let me move to my main room because my wife is getting annoyed. So I'll be back, y'all.
She's like, I didn't just get off a plane to hear this motherfucker talk about Karl Malone for 20 minutes. Shout out to Mrs. Ely. We appreciate her. But yeah, Gerard, Sinners. So like you said good things about it. Brittany Monet, like I said, man, we have a chat still on X. Like I think that's the only reason I still have X besides promoting shows is because I have so many group chats on there. But like she is gushing about Sinners. So yeah, you're saying it's Coogler's best work.
It is his best work. It is. I don't know who doesn't stand out in this film because I think everybody delivers. Michael B. Jordan comes off as two different people. He's playing twins from the trailers. He feels like two different twins. Okay. You can feel how they are brothers. You can feel that they have a brotherly bond, how they look out for each other and whatnot. And you buy into that. You buy into the world that they are stepping into. This is 1932 Mississippi. So yeah, there's going to be some elements. There's going to be some non-traditional love in this movie. There's going to be some modern themes thrown back into, because if you don't learn from our past, we're doomed to keep repeating it. And so it seems that we might not have learned some things in this country. So you might get those themes in this movie, but in a fun and kind of flips the coin on its side and turns it on its head. And I like the dynamic they do where the first part of the movie is going to feel one way, second part of the movie is going to feel a completely different way. And then it has the endings of it made the movie even better. And I would say when you see the credits start to come up, don't get up.
Yes, that's what I've heard.
There's two scenes in it. And to me, if you get up, and I'm watching people get up and leave, and I just want to yell out and say something on my second viewing. Because if you get up while if you get up before you see Sinners, it's a problem. There's something at the very, very end as well that you can stay for. But if you get up before Sinners and you see that title card come across, you've missed the end of the movie. And you've missed a pivotal part of the movie, in my opinion. So it's a ride. It was fun going to the theater. I took my mom with me and she had a ball. And I took somebody else with me and then they had a ball. And it's just a great time at the movies, in my opinion. And there's a lot of non-traditional love and storytelling in that movie that can educate. And I've heard people from the traditional side say, wow, this movie made a click for me. Like this movie actually made a click for me. A scene in this movie made a click for me. I didn't understand that. Hey, one of these elements, I can now see how me entering a space, how I might look to you all entering a space. And so now that has now framed this differently for me. And so it's an impactful movie, y'all. I'm ending meetings like like I'm on YouTube and I'm like, hey, before you leave, please make sure you get to the theaters this weekend and go see. I'm promoting it like I'm getting a check, right? Because I love the movie that much. So I can't say enough good things about it. I saw it on Sunday, and then less than 24 hours later, I'm in the theaters watching it again. So come on, in IMAX, go see it in IMAX if you can, because the IMAX showing is worth it as well. But if you have a good theater with a good sound quality, funny thing is the IMAX was not the first showing. I don't know, it's this weird theater I went to, but the our seats were vibrating, and this is just the regular $10 seats,
right?
Vibrating, good sound, like, and it plays into the movie because the way they a simple, and it's a leg thumping, and you can hear a leg thumping, and a hand slapping. That simplicity of it, and you vibrate. It almost feels like you're in the vehicle with them as they're starting to sing a song, or you're in the juke joint as the party is about to ensue. So, two brothers get to a town. They go back to their hometown. They set up shop. They want to get a juke joint, and then the juke joint opens that night. Hijinks ensue. Please go see the movie, people.
So there's somebody on YouTube, Gerard, that I normally don't agree with this particular person, but she said something that made me think like she may be right. And we talking about Grace Randolph out here. And what Grace said about Sinners, I watched the non-spoilery reaction to it. She was like, Ryan Coogler may be the Christopher Nolan of his generation. Meaning that, you know, he can work in these genre spaces, whether it's a superhero movie or something like Sinners, which is a period piece, or, you know, something like Creed, which was a boxing film, and still tell these intricate stories through the vehicle of a genre film. And I was like, she might be right. He may be like this generation's Christopher Nolan.
I would love to say that, but I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Look at this. Look at this man. Andy Baback is disgusted that I gave Grace Randolph, I sworn enemy, a compliment on these streets. Andy, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
She has a valid point in his cinematography style, but nah, he the first Ryan Coogler. Because, like, to me, the way you can. Oh no!
Wow. That's how you feel, Andy B. I guess he won't be in Rush Hour 3.
Oh man, that's tough.
We still love you, Andy, even if you turned your back on us, sir.
When I look at,
and we already got you $5 because it's after the first, so. Patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network.
Subscribe. But look at Creed 1, musically entrenched all throughout in the movie. Inception is my favorite movie, and I'm not gonna sit on here and say like the soundtrack was really Hans Zimmerman that soundtrack, but like there's 2 soundtracks to a movie. There was no secondary soundtrack that I was bumping off of that. I was bumping Creed soundtrack after with Tessa Thompson and her little joints she was singing off that movie. I was bumping Black Panther soundtrack. I was bumping Rihanna's Black Panther 2 soundtrack. So like, and I want to get the soundtrack to Sinners. Like the movie, I even got a song from Fruitvale Station, the ending title song I really enjoyed off of that movie. So like, I have a song from each of his movies. He has his own style that I think I feel like he has his own vibe, and he has a very good way of communicating that vibe through his movies. And I think I liken him and Jordan Peele on the same trajectory of like Black filmmakers that I think can carve out a name for themselves, like a Tarantino, like a Nolan. I think they're not following in their footsteps, but I feel like eventually they will stand amongst them as equals, peers, once they have a longer filmography to stand behind them. So
speaking of that, pull up Coogler's filmography right now while we're having this conversation, Ray, because I don't think he's had a miss yet.
Him and Michael B tagging it up all the time too.
Yeah, I don't think he's had a miss yet. Like you can make the argument he may have the best opening. Like what has he made? 7 films now, the best opening run of any director. And I'm saying that without any research on the topic, ladies and gentlemen, but like I can't think of a miss off the top of my head that he's had. Like Fruitvale Station is a great film. It's a film I can't go back and watch though for obvious reasons. Like I gotta be like in the right frame of mind to even go back to Fruitvale Station. But Fruitvale Station, both Black Panthers, Creed. I haven't seen Sinners, but like again, I hear good things. What else am I missing, Ray?
I don't think he has too many
all
movies.
The Creed movies. All the Creed movies, both Black Panther.
He gets a credit on the Creed movies, but he didn't do the second and the third as Michael B.
Because Michael B did the third.
Yeah, he did the first Creed movie, both Black Panther movies, Fruitvale Station, and now Sinners. Yeah, I think.
Damn, 5 films. So like, yeah, I think he's got out the gates. He's probably got one of the best resumes of any director.
So hey, that's what I'm saying. Like Tarantino's up to 9 right now. Is he not? Because he's retiring on 10 solid Tarantino films. I think is what he said. And so if he's at 5, that's what I'm saying. Like he can stand amongst them with what he's already got already. Because if I think of like early Tarantino, Jackie Brown, we're talking Dusk Till Dawn that inspired some elements. Ryan Coogler has come out and stated Dusk Till Dawn inspired some of the elements of this movie. Okay. And it was a big inspiration for it. And so if you know what that movie is, then cool. Oh, yeah. If you don't, then better for you going into Sinners. So with that being said, no, I cannot wait for his next film. I'm highly excited. He is one of my top directors.
And he got Black Panther 3 with Denzel coming out too, Gerard.
Oh.
Denzel in Wakanda.
He said he doesn't do sequels, and that's why he never did Creed 2. He said he didn't want to do sequels, but out of respect for Chad, that's why he dived back into Black Panther. And now I guess that's just going to be his baby period, which thank God, because I'd be scared to see what Marvel would do if they just kind of let it be on there.
And it's interesting because I think when Coogler came in, like there's been a lot of discussion lately, Jay, about Marvel and directors. Because we've seen a lot of directors start a project, but they may not be the directors that finish a project. Or if you look at somebody like Nia DaCosta, who did the Marvels, and she talks about how she was kind of boxed in with her creative choices on that film. Like I think Coogler started out with a bit of autonomy because it was like a singular vision. And I think except for that third act in Black Panther, particularly that Rhino fight, I think everything else in that movie was a deliberate Ryan Coogler choice. And that Rhino fight was like a Disney mandate. But then you look at Wakanda Forever. Like Wakanda Forever, again, I think is like 90% Ryan Coogler with you need to pitch this because we've got stuff to showcase on Disney Plus. So like I think he's one of the few directors outside of the Russos that they actually give a lot of space to work in. Let Ryan Coogler direct the next Sam Wilson movie.
Yeah, he's I went to USC with Ryan Coogler. We weren't in the same program. He was
That's right, cuz.
he was a film student, but yeah, he was what I remember from him.
That'd have been crazy if you were like one of Ryan Coogler's political science professors back in the day.
Nah. So no, because I was in grad school when he was going at the USC Film School. So I was still a student there, and he was on the come up, and he was always looking for people. Like he was always shooting something, and he was definitely, if you were Black, you probably didn't know his name, but if someone said to you the film guy, it would be like, oh yeah, that guy, okay. And it's always crazy because you never know how ambitious somebody is that you run into in your day-to-day life, is because you run into everybody, everybody at the grocery store asks you, at the grocery store parking lot, you listen to hip hop, man? Selling a mixtape and shit. So you don't really know who to take serious and who not. But I will say that Ryan Coogler, also, you have to understand this too, why he might have some reins as well. The president of USC Annenberg, someone whose office I used to go to every day to complain about something, is Willow Bay. Who is Willow Bay married to?
Hold on. Before we get to who is Willow Bay married to, Chris, I need you to school some of these young cats on who Willow Bay is.
I think so. The young cats, I don't know what you would know her from. People of my age know her from NBA Inside Stuff with Abad Rashad. They used to co-host it together. And she's now she is currently the the president, she's the head honcho at USC Annenberg. USC Annenberg is the journalism school. That's the school I went to at USC. And she is married to Bob Iger. So that kind of I'm not sure how many interactions Willow Bay has with Ryan Coogler, but I'm sure they've probably had some, you know.
Yeah.
Ryan Coogler is also one of those filmmakers who doesn't hate critics. That's another thing about him. And it's probably because he might have taken a journalism class. I never took a class with Coogler, but he probably took in a journalism class or two at Annenberg. And I'm sure him and Willow Bay have crossed paths, and that could be why Disney loves him so much. But he's definitely an artist when it comes to directing films and making right movie decisions. Like you saw that early on with Fruitvale Station, you know. And it's just kind of continued on in his career. Yeah, and we know how because I think we've had a conversation about this before, Nate, how those studio heads are with their superhero films. It's like, and I feel sorry for a lot of those directors at DC, because these are good directors, but once you let the morons at Warner Brothers like play in the sandbox, they could take a movie and ruin it. You know, that's kind of what they did to Patty Jenkins. And you were saying Disney kind of did that to the Marvels, and it's rarefied air when the studio gives you that kind of autonomy. So that just goes to show you the kind of director and filmmaker that Coogler is, and the deal that he negotiated for that to get his residuals, or to own the movie after 25 years. People don't understand how important that is. Most of those motherfuckers aren't 40 yet that don't understand that. But when you hit 40, you understand the possibility of you living till 65 becomes more and more realistic. And then you also have to think about the kind of, you know, landing pads you got in place. So shout out to Coogler for that, man.
Yeah, he definitely building legacy on that one with that decision. On my social media, I came across Ryan Coogler breaking down like the Super 8 film and the different types of 35 millimeter film that he was using to shoot this film with. Have you guys checked it out?
I haven't checked it out yet. No.
If you haven't, go openly seek out that, because just to hear him talk for like 5 minutes about, you know, the different types of film that was used and the reason why he used it in the different formats, and the reason why he says go see it in IMAX if you can, is really, he gets really granular with the details in it. It's like, okay, this guy is really nerding out about his craft, which shows the passion that he has. So it's like, okay, I got to go see this film based off of what he was, you know, illustrating in that, I think it was like a TikTok or a Instagram Reels or something like that. I came across it, but it was really dope. So I would definitely go look for it.
And not only, like, I think Ryan Coogler fits in that space where he's Kendrick Lamar, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's commercial, because all his movies, Black Panther, Creed, Wakanda Forever, make all the money in the world, but he hasn't sold out. Like, there's an art to his work. Speaking of which, Ray, can you bring Andy's comment back on the screen? So, yeah, so this is a conversation that Andy and I have been having for at least the last 3-4 years, coming off of Falcon and the Winter Soldier on Disney Plus, because Andy and I were talking about the way that Sam Wilson's blackness was or was not portrayed in that series. And at first, Andy was like, you know, I think maybe you know, Malcolm Spellman just, didn't have enough to say on the topic, or maybe he didn't want to go as forceful on the topic, particularly when you compare it to a show like Luke Cage with Cheo Hodari Coker, and the way that his blackness comes through in that show. Or even going to DC, when you look at the Achilles, Mara and Salim, with what they did with Black Lightning. How they handled blackness on that show, which was very different for a CW show. And my thing with Andy was whenever we had this discussion is I feel like Malcolm tried. But when you don't have that cachet of somebody like a Ryan Coogler, when this is like one of your first major projects and you're working in that Disney Marvel machine, like the political times that we live in, we just saw like a couple years ago, like the big hubbub with Ron DeSantis going after Disney. Like they want to walk that fine line. And so like even with Brave New World, Gerard, like I felt like there was a lot more that could have been said about Sam Wilson's blackness. And I think the parts that we did get were probably Julius Ono, Malcolm Spellman, and Anthony Mackie, like working that into the script. Because everything else, like outside of those 2 or 3 moments, you could have had anybody else in that suit. And the story still kind of plays the same, Gerard, because it's not really about Sam Wilson as a black man in this role. And again, so I like the series Falcon and the Winter Soldier. But again, like I understand when people are like, oh man, it was kind of watered down. They didn't go as hard as they could. And I'm like, yeah, they probably went as hard as he could in that situation, who he was and who Disney is.
It's not even just that, though, because you have to think about it like this. You have Anthony Mackie. I hear the comic books. I'm with the comic books. I'm with all that stuff. But he's stepping realistically in a role that was lastly taken on by somebody who was basically one of these sex symbols of Marvel. White, blonde boy, blue-eyed, that so many people, black, white, women across the board love that man. Does Anthony Mackie have that cachet? That's like he's having to now overcome and step into that role and carry all of that weight. And did the movie put him in the same light that they would put a Chris Evans, where he has a shirtless scene where people, I don't know how many times they've talked about that reveal in the shirtless scene, and the fact that Captain Carter was not Captain Carter, but
Sharon.
Yeah, Sharon. No, Sharon's a power broker. No, the program.
Peggy.
No, who's Peggy? Thank you. I lost my Carters, but
the
like,
Carter
Four. Oh my God! Like they kept building that in. Like, in the next movie, Sam. But Chris getting to make out with Sharon under the bridge and them in Civil War and them. Yeah, he's getting the girl. Like, he's doing it. Like he was always treated as like this symbol, like the sex symbol in a sense. And so now it's not just having to be the race thing and having to carry your blackness and talk about that in a role that was held by a white person prior to. Now you're having to do that and carry that sex symbol role as well, which I don't know if he is doing that.
Yeah.
Right.
So like, because I think some of the buzz behind that, my ex, oh my gosh, barely be talking about oh my gosh, Captain America's coming out. Let's go see Captain America. Oh my gosh, I love that movie. Can we watch the other ones before we go see that new one? Like, I get what you're thirsty about. I hear you.
I will say this about Anthony Mackie, which kind of differentiates him from Chris Evans, is that Anthony Mackie has done movies without the Disney machine behind him. He's done successful movies without the Disney machine behind him because he is a quality actor, like he was in The Hurt Locker, She Hate Me. He was in a lot of good stuff before he did the Disney stuff.
He did Broadway.
The issue with the Chris Evans is the people saw Captain America because it's Captain America. It's the brand that sold those movies. It could be another white sex symbol guy, and it will be like people will have a hard time accepting him. But at the end of the day, it's like the Star Wars movies, right? It's like how many actors from the Star Wars universe actually went on to have movies where their name sells the movie. The only one I could think of is Harrison Ford.
And not too much on my boy Hayden Christensen.
No, not so much on Hayden Christensen. Not like Billy D. Williams did those movies with Diana Ross, but he never hit like he never broke through like
okay, because I want to tie, but much like a string theory or a ring theory, I want to tie what Gerard is saying to what Chris is saying. Because when Chris hit on that point about Billy D, who like Billy D was a star to us in our households, a lot of us growing up, but he was also like a sex symbol in black households. But when have you seen the mainstream black sex symbol? It's very rare. Like maybe Idris Elba, but I might even be reaching with Idris. Like Will Smith ain't the black sex symbol.
No, I agree with you. I know some professors at this school that, oh my gosh, I watch Luther all the time. So
but like it's rare.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, we're kind of mentioning with Ryan Coogler and Sanders, like, I think Michael B. Jordan is kind of maybe.
No, I would put him there. I'd put Michael B. Jordan there. But the issue with being black in Hollywood is that it's very, very, it's not impossible, but it's harder for us to break through where the movie star is the one selling the movie. I think Michael B. Jordan is starting to get to that point. And, these white women know who he is, you know what I'm saying? It's not like he's some, they know who he is more than Anthony Mackie. I'd say that.
Yeah.
I think it's like I said, it's just weird how people break through, and who breaks through, because because what has Chris Evans done because the movie
Knives Out is probably like the big thing post MCU, Knives Out, but other than that,
Knives Out, Lightyear was a flop.
Oh damn, I forgot he was Buzz Lightyear.
But are we talking like post his time in the MCU, or are we talking about his whole filmography? Because I'm about to say,
because this has always been the knock in the trades, and what I read about these Marvel actors is while they are in that Marvel bubble, they do movies that people want to see, but the second they're out of that bubble, there's only like a handful of actors that have success outside of Marvel. And they, like the one article that I was reading, it was like Scarlett Johansson does okay. Robert Downey Jr., of course. But most of those actors need
even RDJ had a struggle with them Doolittles, man. People wouldn't check Doolittles.
Exactly. Yeah, most of those actors need Marvel more than Marvel needs them, put it that way. And I don't think Anthony Mackie is in that space. I think that.
Well, I also think it's the stories you write for these characters, though, because here's the thing: this man Anthony Mackie, right? Let's count the movies, right? This man has been in Captain America: The Winter Soldier. This man has been in Avengers: Age of Ultron. This man had a cameo in Ant-Man. This brother was in Captain America: Civil War. This man was in Avengers: Infinity War. This man was in Avengers: Endgame, and this man was the starer Ray Williams of Captain America: Brave New World. That's 7. 6.5 if you 6 if you don't want to count that cameo. 6 movies.
I don't like counting that cameo because
this man
out in it.
This man ain't never had not one love interest, Gerard. Not even a flirtation. Not even like Agent Taylor in Captain America: Brave New World. Like, is they exes? Is they just friends? Like, why couldn't Sam Wilson and the Power Broker have gotten together? If you're not treated as a sex symbol, then why should people find you sexy? I think that's where I'm trying to go with this.
There was no love interest in the show.
No, during the show, in the show, the most romantic interest. So Bucky had 2 love interests. Bucky had the Japanese girl at the bar, and Bucky had Sam's sister, which is real disrespectful. Bucky Barnes. Sam had 0 love interest.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember him having a love interest. I mean, Sam was not a fleshed out character in any of those movies. He just wasn't. Every single movie, not just him, but when Don Cheadle took over the role for Iron Man 2 and became War Machine, like they were there kind of to make the star look good. You know,
I'd say Sam's a little higher than Don Cheadle because
I'd say a little higher.
But I think a lot of that is Anthony Mackie. It's not so much Sam Wilson as written on the page. I think it's Anthony Mackie that elevates Sam Wilson. Whereas with Don Cheadle, and here's the thing, I'm biased, Jay, because to me, there's really only one James Rhodes. You know what I'm saying, man?
Yeah.
And that brother got did dirty. I love Don Cheadle as an actor, but I've always said I would die on this hill, Ray Williams. Don Cheadle is a much better actor than Terrence Howard. But Terrence Howard was a much better roadie than Don Cheadle, in my opinion.
Right. I agree.
1,000.
Oh, man.
I agree.
What if of that?
Yeah.
You better be in Secret War if you ain't a coward, Kevin Feige.
Right. Yeah, put him in the multiverse.
Just come out of a portal. I told you it'd be next time, baby.
All right. How you feel about this? How you feel about this?
Square root
come out the portal. It's Tom Cruise and Terrence Howard.
As Tony and Rhodey.
That's your Tony and Rhodey right there.
Yes. Let's go. But no, I think it's interesting, man, because it's a lot of stuff that goes into, like, if we're just looking at Anthony Mackie, Terrence Howard. Yes, I mean, I looked down in my garden and I seen a flower and I picked the flower up, but then I realized the flower was me. Because if you take the hypotenuse of the square root of infinity, Chris, you have eternity, brother.
Hollywood has turned Terrence Howard into a fucking nutcase, man. I feel a lot of ways I feel bad for that brother.
There's something like that. We could do a whole show about Black celebrity. Because I think just being a celebrity in general, like, kind of messes with your brain to anybody. But I think when you add that extra layer of being a Black man or a Black woman in these spaces, the pressure can get to you in a different way.
Right. Especially when you're a creative that cares about your art. You could get to a point where you start taking yourself too seriously. And I think that's kind of what happened with Terrence Howard. Is like, this dude is a very good actor, Oscar nominated. He's done good. Like, every performance he does is great. But like, after dealing with these Hollywood types for a little while, he started thinking he came up with the patent to the color blue and shit like that. I don't know what it is with these cats, but you know, to swing it back over to the Anthony Mackie of it all. I think that Disney for the longest time did have a problem with putting Black folks. I'm talking specifically about Black folks, and other races y'all can have that discussion amongst yourselves. But I'm talking about the Black people. They had a very hard time with putting Black people in those hero roles. Look at the first Avengers. That shit is lily fucking white, man.
The only person of color was the Hulk, dog.
Yeah, the Hulk and Sam Jackson.
Sam Jackson. That's it. That's all you gonna. And Thanos at the end. That's all you gonna get.
And Sam Jackson was like he was akin to like the archetypal Black police chief in like action comedies. You know, that's what Sam Jackson was. And then when you get to like the Marvel movies, it took them a while before they start like, how does fucking Ant-Man get a movie before Black Panther? That makes no fucking sense, you know? And I'm talking about
without Black Panther, like, I'm glad you brought up Black Panther, Chris, because Black Panther to me opened up the floodgates. Like it's been a trickle, like, because you got Black Panther, you got Shang-Chi, and you got Captain America: Brave New World. Like, that's it. Maybe like the Marvels. I'd count the Marvels too. And maybe the Eternals, possibly. If you're looking at diversity and representation in Marvel films, and it's like none of that. I don't think any of that happens without Black Panther, though, because if Black Panther doesn't make all the money in the world, we'd still be getting this very homogenous team up that we've been seeing.
because I was getting into an argument with my friend in the 2000s, and he was saying that Black Panther is more popular than Green Lantern John Stewart. Mm-hmm. And I was like, actually, no, the fuck he's not. Until he gets a movie, that's not the case. Once he got the movie, then he became more popular, yes. You know. But like, but people like what they knew of Black Panther is they knew he was a black superhero. Green Lantern was somebody that was on that Justice League cartoon. Mm-hmm. He was so popular that when they released the Green Lantern movie with Ryan Reynolds, motherfuckers were like, why is Green Lantern black? Or why is Green Lantern white? You know, they didn't even know how the Green Lantern Corp works, you know? But that was just kind of like, in Disney, and this has been a thing with Disney since the Zippity Doodah days, and that's another conversation.
Uncle Remus on these streets.
Yeah, poor Uncle Remus, and how he was just so happy to be a slave and stuff.
Yeah, man. Come on.
And I think that Disney kind of fell into the trap into that trap in the 2000s with a lot of these superheroes, where none of them really had their own backstory until Black Panther. They were just there, just happy to be there, you know, skipping around and shit and whatever you need. Terrence Howard wasn't like this, but once they switched Terrence Howard to Don Cheadle was there at the service of Robert Downey Jr.
I think that's what I think it is to me. When you put the nail on the head, Terrence Howard felt like Terrence Howard's roadie felt like an equal to Tony Stark. And Don Cheadle, as much as I love Don Cheadle, his roadie has always felt like the sidekick to Tony Stark, whereas Terrence Howard's roadie was like, like you could tell those dudes had a history. And man, and Marvel did him dirty, man. Like all the brother asked for was like, hey, everybody else getting a raise. Can I get a raise too? And they were like, nope, not you. We can find another black man that looks nothing like you, and nobody know the difference.
Yeah, well, and what they want, and what else they did was they disagreed. They reneged on their agreement, right? They said, like, because when Iron Man was getting made, Terrence Howard was the biggest name in that movie.
Say it again, Chris.
Yeah, he was like Robert Downey Jr. was probably on his like 7th stint in rehab, coming off of that. Gwyneth Paltrow wasn't really doing it. So Terrence Howard was the biggest star they had. And I think he commanded, you could Google this. And
he had the biggest salary.
He got the biggest salary for that.
Because he was coming off of Hustle and Flow.
Yeah. And that was nominated for an Oscar. Yep. And then like once they made their movie, they were like, and Robert Downey Jr. tested real well with audiences and people, and Robert Downey Jr. was a driving force to get people to the movies. They were like, okay, Terrence Howard, we know you, we agreed to pay you this, but we're not doing that anymore. And then Terrence Howard just went on some weird kick after that. He's like, let me go ahead and invent the color blue, man, and just all kinds of shit. But
I ain't gonna lie, you know, the more we talk about it, if I lost my job for just asking for you to honor the contract that you wrote and gave to me, and then I see this other dude that you got in my spot in all these movies 15 years later, I might go a little crazy too.
Right, yeah. Him and Robert
and then you reduce my time?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and him and Robert Downey Jr. are still not friends to this day.
I would be either, man. I'd be like, dog.
Yeah.
Be an ally.
Do me, man.
Be an ally, dog.
Robert, I was there when you were eating Burger King off the floor, man.
Yeah.
I was the one that picked the fries up off the couch, brother.
Yeah.
You can't put in a good word for your man, Terrence. I wish I'd never invented the color blue. That's how I feel right now.
I mean, Terrence did make it work. I mean, we forget about Empire, whether you like
he made it work.
He made it. But the thing is like Empire is there for a fleeting moment in time, right?
So it was hot for a little minute, but then
we have Empire for about 5 years, and it had the hottest ratings on television. But
somebody had to go lie.
And Injustice. And Injustice.
Oh yes, the famous French actor.
Yeah, these Marvel movies are not going anywhere ever, you know.
No.
And that's
that Mickey money.
Yeah, and that's
the thing about the Marvel movies, Chris, is not only is this current run of the MCU, you're looking at 14, 15 years that he could have been getting a steady check, but also as we saw with Hugh Jackman, as we saw with Wesley Snipes, like they can always call you back after that run is over. And you can reprise the roles. It's like you don't know how much residual money this brother was finessed out of by Disney. And I hate that, man. Because Don Cheadle could have played somebody else in this universe and done a great job at that. But Terrence Howard, to me, was the best roadie.
Yeah.
I can't find out who. There's a Disney head that like said in an interview, like nobody will notice that they look different. I've been trying to find that person's name this whole time.
Yeah.
But literally, is one of the people that said, "Oh yeah, just replace him with Don Cheadle." Oh, their skin color's not the same.
Right.
It's the Triple H color theme, you know.
Triple H worked for Disney.
They do that with our shit all the time. My homegirl, who I'm still trying to get her to come on one of our shows, but Jamie Foxworth, right?
Yeah.
They just fired her off of Family Matters, and the Boyette people were like, I know what's gonna notice and shit.
She went upstairs and never
still ain't came downstairs.
Never came back.
So it's a Hollywood thing, man. They do not respect us. It's what people. It's kind of like the thing with Shedeur Sanders. It's not
segue.
It's not racist. It's racial.
Yes.
You know? It's like they think that if you are of a certain level, you should be grateful to be there. You shouldn't be asking for shit that fucking Eli Manning would ask for. Your black ass should just be grateful to be there. You know, that's how they approach you. It's not because people kept on saying it was racist, and I was like, you gotta kind of use the right language with this kind of stuff, because there have been black players that haven't fallen like Shedeur Sanders, but Shedeur Sanders is the first person to come from privilege. You know, he was a rich boy, second generation kid, and he really doesn't necessarily need these college programs that much. So he was, for the people in charge, he was asking for too much, you know. And it's like, and I do think it's a microaggression that these people have when it comes to like Terrence Howard and people like that. It's like, Negro, you should be lucky we just gave you what we gave you in the first fucking place. Why are you asking for this shit? Whereas if you're Eli Manning, it's like, you know what? You run a tough bargain, kid. And your dad is a little obnoxious, but we believe in you and we'll give it to you.
You drive a hard bargain there, son.
Yeah. And that's just not the benefit of the doubt we get as black people, man.
No.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but
no, you speaking the truth, Chris. You speaking the truth, and you gave us a segue, man. Because you know what, like Terrence Howard had to work twice as hard to get. And I love this man. Like I love Robert Downey Jr. Don't get it twisted. But Terrence Howard had to work twice as hard to get with somebody fresh out of rehab got on that second film. But when you talk about the NFL draft, this is crazy to me, because Shedeur Sanders, quarterback from Colorado, son of Deion Sanders, brother of Shiloh Sanders, who also got drafted this past week. Again, like shout out to Deion. Like I don't always agree with everything Primetime says, but yeah, watch out for that first step. It's a Shedoozy, ladies and gentlemen. But he was projected as a first round draft pick. You know, they had him anywhere from the third round pick, from pick 3 in the first round, all the way to, pick 23 in the first round. So like that's a wide variety of draft positions, but they all had him in the first round, or the second round. Mel Kiper Jr., Todd McShay, all of these cats. And this guy dropped to the 5th round. And it was, again, Chris, I think you used the proper terminology, man. Like, is it racist? No, not per se. But it is extremely racial when you look at some of the reasons why people say he wasn't drafted high, and it's because of attitude concerns. It's because this kid was cocky. This kid had an ego. This kid acted like he was better than the organization. Well, spoiler alert, if you the damn New York Giants or the Cleveland Browns, he may be better than your organization because of what he can bring to your sad sack franchise. And so I don't want to say collusion, Gerard. I don't want to say collusion, Jay, because I don't think the NFL teams are that smart or that able to get along to collude on something like this. But I do think a message was being sent to not only Shedeur Sanders, but also to Deion Sanders and anybody who feels like, maybe I'm a star outside of this. But to Chris's point, like, we've seen this before. This ain't the first time a kid has come in with some hype and has had a family member, namely Eli and Archie Manning, who manipulated their way to get to New York instead of going to play for the San Diego Chargers. Like, this isn't the first time we've seen somebody with an outsized personality get drafted early. The Cleveland Browns, the team that drafted Shedeur Sanders, you can just look back in their history. They drafted Johnny Manziel, Johnny Football, who was way more of a problem off of the field than Shedeur Sanders, who has never, like, we haven't heard anything about Shedeur Sanders as a person in terms of, the law or anything like that. You look at Baker Mayfield, who had 15 commercials, Ray, before he even took his first NFL snap. And you telling me, like, this ain't about, like, he needs to be humble. He needs to be studying the playbook. He can't be doing all these outside extracurricular activities. Well, what the hell was Baker doing? You mad because Shedeur got a rap single out? You mad because Shedeur got commercials out? But this kid Baker Mayfield can do what he wants before he comes to your organization. So yeah, it felt very targeted. It from a football standpoint, it was not the right move, right? Because there are teams that could have been helped by Shedeur Sanders. I'm not even saying he was a first rounder, but I think he was at least, in those top 3 rounds. He was somebody who could have helped out a team. I'm surprised the Raiders didn't pick him up because Tom Brady is supposedly his mentor, and Tom was like, "No, I'm good. I'm going to do another commercial with Snoop to try to bring the country back together." That was my Tom Brady. I'm surprised that the Steelers, I think, would have been a perfect fit for Shedeur Sanders because A, they need a quarterback because Aaron Rodgers can't make up his damn mind. But B, whatever concerns you have about Shedeur being a distraction, you don't get distractions in Pittsburgh. That's not what Mike Tomlin's about. Like we saw during the Antonio Brown situation, like that brother was gone when he became too much of a distraction. So yeah, I felt so bad for Shedeur. And then you got this dumb kid, even though he's a grown ass man at 21.
Your squad,
Jax. Jax, this brother Jax out here, son of the Falcons defensive coordinator. Like Jax out here making prank calls on his brother. Like I felt so bad about the way people talked about this man and talked about his family. And it's like, if you think Shedeur is not a first round pick because of his arm strength, then that's a conversation we can have, Gerard. Because that's something applicable on the field. If you think he's not a great sprinter, like he doesn't have 4.4 speed, and you want somebody who's a little bit more athletic behind center, and that's why you pass on Shedeur, I get that. But to let this kid slide to the 5th round because he doesn't act the way you think he should act, again, as if I should be grateful that you would give me a job, even though my talent warrants that I should have a job. Like that just doesn't sit right with me. So yeah, it may not have been racist, but it damn sure was racial.
As a Steeler fan, that one hurt. Number one, seeing him go to Cleveland, a nemesis. A rival, well, I wouldn't even call it rival, but he went to Cleveland, you know what I mean? And knowing that we need a quarterback, the quarterback room that we got right now is Mason Rudolph. And God bless Mason Rudolph. I mean, he's an NFL player. I mean, hats off to him, but we could have had Shedeur Sanders, but
Myles Garrett literally had his helmet off to him that one game.
Pretty much. But I mean, just to watch, they had him, before the draft, Shedeur Sanders as a number 2 quarterback, and to go with you were saying, Nate, he's got attitude, he's got swagger, that's all coded if you will. You know,
It is.
that's all. You know, the conversation is like we need to bring him down a couple notches. You know, he hasn't earned his spot in the league. You know, he's entitled. He's not entitled. He just knows exactly who he is as a player. I mean, if you watch his highlight reel, his sizzle reel, he's making throws. I mean, he is tossing the rock, you know, to Travis Hunter, and Travis Hunter is another one that's like out of this world talent. But at the same time, it takes two to tango. He's making the plays. So I don't understand why, you know, he was done the way he did. I mean, I understand it, but it's not right. And it's, again, he went to Cleveland. That's when I'm really heartbroken.
Ray, it almost feels like, and again, you know, it feels like Shedeur is being penalized for having the attitude of a black quarterback, but the skill set of a traditionally white quarterback. Because if you look at what Shedeur did well in college, he was accurate from the pocket. He was at like 75, 80% completion rate. He didn't throw a lot of picks. He stood in the pocket, took sacks, maybe sometimes stood in the pocket longer than he needed to. Like, he's doing all the Tom Brady stuff. He's doing all the Eli Manning stuff. He's just got a little bit of swag to him. And so like that's the guy you want. You're telling me you wanted all these years NFL. You want the traditional quarterback, but because he comes wrapped in a non-traditional package, you let this man slide to the 5th round.
Yeah, I think it could be multiple things at once. And I know there are like different arguments on different sides. Like first off, we're not going to get on here and make the comparison between him and Kaepernick, because that is not not an equal comparison. Stephen A. So we're not going to do that. But I think there was some on the side who are there's another esteemed doctor, Dr. Jason Johnson, who appears on MSNBC. He also talks.
Are you talking about? Is it Jason Johnson or Jason Jordan?
Johnson.
Okay.
Not Kurt Angle's son.
Yeah. No, Jason Jordan is he works at one of those HBCUs in the DC area. Bald-headed guy.
Yeah, he's the same guy, but I think his last name's Johnson, not Jordan. Because this guy, he works at Morgan State. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's the same guy. But he was kind of on the side of racism, and he was kind of comparing it to when our boy from the Ravens, Lamar Jackson, was a free agent a couple years ago, and he was kind of looking at the collusion on that side, quote unquote collusion. But I'm like, well, first off, he's still playing in the NFL, and at the time he still got the highest contract of any quarterback. So I still don't really get the racism part. So I think, like you guys, I think that race does have something to do with it, again, with the whole, hey, be humble, know your place, blah, blah, blah. But then when we kind of look at an equivalent, like with a Josh Rosen who got drafted not too long ago, and people like, he was literally telling people, well, I got a backup plan just in case, and people didn't like his attitude, but he was still drafted in like top 5. But I think it can also be a case of maybe people don't think he's that good, because even though he was doing well, like, you got a generational player at receiver and cornerback that you could throw to, and you play in the Big 12, which is, while still being a Power 5 conference, I mean, especially with all like Texas and I believe Texas and who else got it? Oklahoma got out of that conference. So it's like, what real competition do you really have? And it's like, even though they retiring your jersey, I don't think you deserve your jersey retired. But and I think one other one other aspect that was brought up, I believe it was brought up not by Michael Irvin, it was another player on Speak on Fox. Keyshawn. He brought up that really out of all the 32 teams in the draft, only 4 of them needed
Yes.
Quarterbacks for long term. Like everybody else pretty much had their quarterbacks for at least the short term into the long term. So it's like, and one of those 4 teams who needed a quarterback got a quarterback at number 1 with Cam Ward with the Tennessee Titans. So now we're bringing up, like you guys, you mentioned Pittsburgh Steelers, you mentioned the Cleveland Browns, and then I believe the New York Giants. So only question that I have is that why would the Browns bring up that brother Gabriel?
That was stupid.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Like, why would you draft him and then draft?
Look at this quarterback room.
Yeah, I was about to say.
There have been drafts where a team hasn't needed the quarterback necessarily, but picked them so they could trade up for him for a position that they do need, you know. And he didn't even get that treatment, you know. So,
but I don't understand, Chris, like the Cleveland of it all, because it's like they got old man Joe Flacco, like they got this brother. Yeah. You know, he's the Hugh Jackman of the NFL. They got Joe Flacco at quarterback. They got Kenny Pickett, Kenny Pickett had been bounced all around the league. He was a Steeler, then he was an Eagle. Won a championship, like just by being there. And then now he's a Cleveland Brown.
You got only his 3rd year.
Yeah, this is only his 3rd year, and he's on his 3rd team. You got Dillon Gabriel, who they drafted 2 rounds before Shedeur, which is like, why? And then they drafted, like, Dillon Gabriel. I respect Dillon Gabriel because he's about my height. And so, you know, me, Dillon Gabriel, Doug Flutie, anybody that's in the short king range, I respect you making it to the league. But then they drafted Shedeur. And it's like, your 4th option may be your best option. And that, to me, is the only silver lining out of this for Shedeur, is that we know Joe Flacco is probably going to start the season as a starter, but Joe Flacco ain't going to be around forever. Joe Flacco might not even make it past the midway point of the season. And then who do you turn to? Is it Kenny Pickett, who's on his 3rd team in 3 years? Is it Dillon Gabriel, who, again, you know, I appreciate this brother's journey, but he can't even see over the line? Or is it Shedeur Sanders? Like, not a perfect quarterback, but a quarterback that to me has more potential than the other 2 options besides Joe Flacco. So he may end up being the starter by the time we get to the end of the season, Ray.
And then Nate, I think you're making a notable omission, but I can see why you're making it, brother. And
he
for good reason.
He a fan.
Yeah, we're gonna leave the nasty man out. But yeah. I don't know. I just think we need to see a little bit more from Shedeur. I'm on the side, and again, I know with sports, and especially with the talking heads, I know nuance is not a thing that's most popular. You got to be on either one side of the extreme or the other side of the extreme. I'm kind of like in the middle, and I was kind of more like in, well, I don't really care about him drafting as long as he got drafted, and then we'll see, if he can like work his way up and put himself in that position and then prove people wrong. Like, get that chip on your shoulder and then prove these people wrong if you feel as though you're better than what they think that you are. So
sorry, go ahead, Ray.
No, I was done.
All right. My only issue with this whole conversation, not with the conversation, but just I do notice a thing, not just with Black athletes, but with Black people. It's like, if you do not act a way that white people think you should act, then you're a problem, where other people do the exact same fucking shit. And it's like, oh, well, like, he's Shawn Michaels, or he's this person, you know, like the stuff that I heard people complaining about, like a Jade Cargill or Sasha Banks or anybody like that, is that they had an attitude, like and shit, like shit that doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, they don't like, you don't like people, or you got an attitude, and overemphasizing that, and that's a personality type. That is not, this person is a bad person. And we shouldn't pick them. Like, if you've got like real, like, salient points about why you do not like Shedeur Sanders on your team, that's fine. If you got a quarterback already, that's one thing. But when I'm hearing these conversations about just personality types that it doesn't even fucking matter, like, oh, he's got an ego or he's got a big head or whatever like that. Other players have that same thing, you know?
Right.
So it's like,
I would venture to say that if you're in the NBA, if you're in the NFL, if you're in Major League Baseball, if you're in the WWE, if you're in AEW, if you're successful in anything, you have to have some modicum of an ego. It's just the way that ego is expressed. And I think when you bring up the wrestling aspect, Chris, it's almost like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. So when we look at you need to get on this pod. Okay. Well, you know how to get on the podcast. Nefarious Media, patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network. $5 gets you in the door. Hit that link that Ray Williams sent out earlier today for all patrons. Hop on the show and join the conversation. But when you look at Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, right? I always have said, Chris, that like when we know The Rock is a black wrestler,
right?
But to hold other black wrestlers to the standard of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson is entirely unfair.
Yeah,
because there is only one. He is a generational talent, and so when we look at Shedeur Sanders, it's like, yeah, the kid's got an ego. But we've seen NFL teams willing to put up with a lot of stuff. You talked about the nasty man, the fan that is the former starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. The reason why they put up with all of his mess and his allegations is because prior to his injury, he was a top 5, top 10 quarterback in the league. And so, like, you have to be a certain level of good or great to put up with the extra stuff. It's just the level of good or great you have to be to put up with the extra stuff. For black talent in the league, particularly black quarterbacks, is far higher than for white quarterbacks. Johnny Manziel, Baker Mayfield, I'm looking at you.
Yep. It goes back also to like the golden rule. Whoever has the most gold makes the rules. So that's what it comes down to. You know, and going back to your conversation about, ego, anybody in any profession has a certain amount of ego. If you're good at your job and you're top level, you're going to have a little bit of an ego about you. Unfortunately, it comes down to the eye test. What do you look like? You know what I'm saying? So you may not like it, but that's just the way it works, And so what you bring to the table in terms of talent as well. And Shedeur, I think he's like a top tier talent in terms of the draft class for quarterbacks. As far as the eye test, he doesn't look like us. So they're going to judge him accordingly. And I think that's why he got the treatment that he got, just to humble him a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm not saying Shedeur should have been a top 5 or top 10 pick. On my mock draft, I had him going anywhere from the first round to the third round. But a fifth round, like that's kind of
I thought that was just drastic.
Yeah, now you trying to say something.
Like that was my thing. Is I didn't necessarily care that he didn't get drafted in the first round or even the second round, but the fifth round, that's a modicum of disrespect that I just don't understand.
Like Dylan Gabriel, Gabriel, he only Tyler Slow, his 40 time is in his name, ladies and gentlemen. Tyler Slow was drafted before Shedeur Sanders. Like, what are we doing, NFL? Y'all just picking anybody. Gerard, any thoughts on this before we move on to another activity?
Nope. I am so sorry. I'm still learning. Like, I think I know who the nasty man is. Like, I think I know. I said the name off air. I hope he don't appear, but like, I think I know who y'all talking about. So like, I'm like, okay, I'm learning. I'm picking up because like, folks, I've been so quiet for one reason and one reason only. I'm relearning the NFL. I'm really learning the NFL. I know basketball. I've taken a break away from basketball, but
as long as your Lions, your Lions are good for right now. So that's all you need.
I'm not really big NFL, but I knew this story, because everyone was talking to me about it, so I couldn't escape.
When CNN is like, and that's the crazy part about this story. Like the last thing on this one, but when CNN is like, and now we've got an update on Shedeur Sanders and his dramatic slide down the NFL draft, and I'm like, this is like 12 o'clock on a Monday. I'm watching this story on CNN. I'm like, come on, Abby,
they had too much elation, like reporting the story. So it's like,
that's another thing that's kind of weird. Like I get it, like I get outspoken, cocky black athlete is like you got to expect the blowback, but some people was way too happy with this.
Right, yeah, man. Like it's just, and it just shows.
And here's the thing, and I hate to say it because, like you know, we love everybody here at Nefarious Media Network. But if there's something that white people get a little too happy about, my spider senses always start tingling. Like, why are y'all so happy about this situation? And should I be concerned as an African American man?
Yeah, I think the word is giddy.
Giddy, right. Yes, they were gleeful with this. They were delighted. But Ray Williams, you know what makes me gleeful, man? You know what makes me giddy? You know what makes me delighted?
I think I got an idea.
Sometimes when the world is a little too stressful, Gerard and Jay, I like to take a walk, man. There's a park out by where I live, man. And I just like to take a little loaf of Wonder Bread, like some stale Wonder Bread and maybe a day-old Chick-fil-A sandwich and go out to the pond and feed some ducks on the pond, Ray Williams.
Let's go ahead and feed some ducks. And while we're feeding ducks, I'm going to bring Brother Chris back on. All right. And
they Chris to the ducks at that point.
Look at Ray Williams. We got new graphics for feeding ducks on the pond, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, if you're new to the parlay, feeding ducks on the pond just happened organically. We was looking for some music for what we call the 3-leg parlay. In this case, it'll be the 5-leg parlay. And this was the best option out of the free StreamYard tunes that we can find. We feeding ducks on the pond. You know, it's very peaceful. And it's a little bit sensual when that horn comes in. Like, hey, quack, 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 quack. But feeding ducks on the pond, the 5-leg parlay is when each of us throw a question out to the group, and it could be a silly question, could be a serious question, could be a crazy question that you know we just got on the back of our minds. But we'll talk about it, and then we'll have some fun. So let's go first to Ray Williams. Ray, what you got for the group this week?
Well, I would normally insult you for picking on me first, as you always do, Brother Nate, but I am actually prepared this time.
You learned through the training.
A little bit. I'm actually going to cheat a little bit because this is a similar question that I brought to the esteemed John Pollock when we had him on SBF podcast. Subscribe any way you get your podcast on Nefarious Media Network. But I was kind of thinking, if, say, for example, we're kind of like in the mode, or not in the mode, but in your relative fields, whether it be with journalism or you working in politics, Dr. Ely, like, is there a job where it's kind of related? Because we were kind of bringing up when Ariel and John Pollock had not beef, but they were kind of had a difference of opinion, with Ariel being an MMA journalist working for WWE, which is technically outside of MMA, but still dealing with combat sports. And he was kind of working with them like a contractor and kind of like doing announcer stuff with them and with their projects and stuff. So with a similar vein, would any of you guys, is there a job, and I kind of like jokingly pose this to John Pollock, like, say with him, we all know that he's a fan of Dallas, the TV show. Say if there was a reboot of Dallas, or if they were doing like an appearance, like an anniversary special or something, he said he'll be all over it. I think that's the closest he'll come to possibly, like, not compromising his journalistic integrity, but kind of going just outside of it because he's as much of a fan of Dallas. So is there anything within you guys' respective fields, whether it be with journalism or whether it be with the media or whether it be with sports, is there a job that you always wanted that you would take in a heartbeat? I know this is kind of similar to the last question I had, but whether it might be a question of integrity or like professional integrity there, but it's just such a big opportunity for you, like Michael Smith. I'm drawing this out so much. I'm sorry, brothers.
Very long.
I don't want this to be a 5 hour. I don't want this to be NWA.
It's the longest question ever.
But I'll do it. All right. Is there a job in which you guys would take, whether or not it might be questionable or might be seen as kind of stepping outside your boundaries as a professional in the current field that you're in?
Who's taking this first? I can take it.
Take it, Chris.
For me, I'm doing what I want to do now. It's funny you brought up the whole situation with Ariel Helwani and Pollock, because here's the thing. Journalists have to be truth tellers, right? Even if you're working in the journalism space, it's like if I hear one of the brothers say, hey, something that's just really, really off kilter, or just, fanboying too hard, I would expect you all to say, scale it back, Chris, and vice versa. That should just be a note, a thing. So Helwani should have saw what was coming with that from a way far distance. As for me, once I decided to get into this space with Nate, and I've been a member of NABJ for over 10 years now, and I've been a member of the Society of Professional Journalists for a good 5 years now. And you do have to have limits where your fandom stops, where the money is just not going to be enough, and where you're just, this is something I wanted to do or want to do, but I can't do that at the moment because of whatever. And then that's one of the things that being an adult has taught me, is it's just like, sometimes all that glitters ain't gold, so shit is like, I do have limits, and I think this might be a just working in academia too. It's gotta be a point where there's no amount of money that's gonna make me fucking sell out or fanboy out or act like a bitch because I got a free cheese plate or something.
Oh, shots fired! If you know,
I didn't name anybody.
If you know. I'll go next. So as we talked about last time, Ray Williams, there was a time in my life where I could have been bought and paid for. There was a time in my life if Fox News had sent Stacey Dash and Sage Steele over to the crib with a red velvet cake, of $1 million check, and a bottle of Negrito, I'd be up on there the next day talking about, you know what, I'm so sick and tired of Marvel. This Captain DEI, bring back Steve Rogers. That's who this country needs. There's a time you could have got me to be egregious to that level, Ray Williams, but that time is over. So if we're not talking about something like that, because I don't think you're going to get anybody on the Nefarious Media Network to sell out to that extent. But if you just talk about like a little soft sellout, right? A little soft sellout, I could be bought by Marvel. I'm saying it right now, Kevin Feige. Like if they was doing like, remember how they used to do Talking Dead after Walking Dead, stuff like that, like the after shows? Like, I used to love watching those after shows. Like Kevin Smith did a bunch of after shows.
CM Punk was on there a few times. And,
you can hire me, Kevin Feige, to be the after show man for all the Disney Plus shows. Like, even if the episode was trash, Gerard, I'd be up there like, man, that episode of Daredevil Born Again was something else, folks. How is Matt going to get out of this one? We'll have to tune in next week and find out. Because then again, I'll sell out to a certain extent, Kevin Feige. Like, I'm not going to go against my people or my principles, but I will. Like, here's the line, Ray Williams. If the check was good enough, if Mickey was like, you know what, let's put this brother on the payroll, Marcus put in a good word, like, as something as terrible as Secret Invasion was, I would have been able to do the Secret Invasion after show. Like, man, that was a journey, folks. Sam Jackson took us on a journey, and we are all better for it. Let's give it up for Secret Invasion, even though I know that show was trash and no redeeming qualities outside of Sam Jackson and Don Cheadle. And the little brief time Maria Hill was on there, spoiler alert. But yeah, I could be bought and paid for by the MCU. You know what I mean? I'm already in the tank as a viewer, Kevin Feige. So let's just make it official, man. Let's stop playing games and put me on the payroll, Feige. She-Hulk was the greatest show ever. Argue with your mama.
Oh yeah, that was a good show. I like that.
It was good. It wasn't great, but if Kevin Feige pays me enough, Gerard, She-Hulk is the greatest show ever. Did you see her twerking with Megan Thee Stallion? It was game changing.
Crazy.
Game changing.
Oh man.
Well, what you got, Gerard?
I'll go next with that. And you know, I work in higher education. I work in housing, and so I'm going to tell a story with no names, and then I will parry that into the same example and how I could be broken. A current day WWE producer kid lives in my building. I'll put it right there. And
Michael
last
Hayes
year
Jr.
I got to help them during their move-in process, get to the bathroom, show them a couple things, and then that was pretty much it. And my boss was watching me because the whole time they were warning me, oh, some housewives are going to be in the building today. I'm like, okay, they're going to have TV cameras come in. I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. It's like, and then I see him walking down the hallway. I'm like, oh. And my supervisor was like, I don't know who that is. I'm like, dude, and that it means something to me. I'm just like, how do I even interact in this situation? How do I? And I see them looking at the sign. I'm like, oh, they're looking at the dining hours. Oh, but the dining hall is closed and it's not showing the hours. Here's my window. Oh, excuse me. If you're looking for the dining hours, now I was able to do that because at the end of the day, it's their child's experience. It's their child's first day of school. Parents are nervous releasing their kids away, and so I'm not gonna burden that person and like, oh, can I get a photo? Hey, oh, I loved you when you did this, that, and the other. Like, I'm not gonna bug you like that. But instead, let them have it. And when I got back to my boss, they're like, did you ask for a photo? I was like, no, it's their kid's day. I'm not going to be like that. I'm not going to put them on blast like that. And then cause a bigger scene over here to have other families and people running. I'm not going to go like that. Now, we flip that on the scene, and I'm helping maybe Michael B. Jordan's little brother out, get established in the college, and Michael B. like, hey, yo, me and Ryan got this movie coming up. Hey, you seem like a real good dude. Like, you try to come right. See you out. To go. Hollywood is calling your boy. I got to go. Because to me, a shot like that only comes once in a lifetime. So if you give me a shot in a movie, I don't care how big, how small. I mean, if I can get a continuous role out of this, just holler. If I'm talking to the director, if I'm talking to somebody in Hollywood that knows something, and they see something in me, hey, let's cultivate that. Let's get the rolling. Let's make this money. Let's get this bread. But nah, you gotta give people they space and they time to be them as well, because they are humans at the end of the day. So they say that Wale Mania, they are Big Swole's like they are off duty, and so gotta leave people off duty when they can.
Yeah,
when you can. Now they hollering at me.
Right. You just being polite.
Money. Come on.
Hollywood Brown in the building.
From downtown to Hollywood. In the hills with it.
Jay, what you got, man?
Man, for me, I'm very similar to Chris. You know, I've lived a few years and experienced some things, and integrity can't be bought. You know. So I feel like, at one time I was, trying to, rub two nickels together to feed my family. And I, started making a little bit of change. And it's like, you know what, maybe I don't have to have two jobs to do this, even though the money was good. But at what cost? I'm missing, my son's games, practices. I'm missing holidays. I'm missing birthdays and everything like that. And it's like, it's not worth it, So once like I said, you live a little bit. Yeah, the money's good, but at the same time, it's like, you have to weigh the cost of things. What am I teaching my son? That money's more important than him. So that's something I swore I would never ever do again. And thankfully, I've not been in that position where I had to, hustle that hard to, make ends meet. So again, it would really have to, the check would have to be super life changing, and I'd have to do some explaining. But at this point in my life right now, my integrity weighs is worth way too much for me to even try to think about being bought and sold, even by the DC universe. I couldn't do it. There's no way I can.
You saying Zazzle ain't got pockets deep enough, brother?
Black Adam don't have pockets deep enough. I'm not here to be bought and sold. My soul is not for sale, Rock. So
Black Adam changed the DC universe forever.
Lots of parallels.
Go get you that bill.
Like imitating art.
Yeah.
You gonna send?
You asked the damn question, man.
I asked it. I gotta answer it. But you saying if he sent a bottle of Terramata or Terracotta to you,
I don't drink, but I couldn't.
Look, the Rock wouldn't even have to send a bottle of Terramata to get me. Just send his cousin over, and then I'm folding, brother. Folding, brother.
Yeah.
I'll be here the next week. I'll be like, fellas, I got an announcement about Nefarious Media. We are now a subsidiary of $7 Productions. like you to meet your new boss, Dwayne Chris. He wants to have a conversation about some things you just said recently.
Right. Yeah. I look. If The Rock came at me with the right price, I'd lie and say I love John Cena's heel turn. I will tell a lie that's not gonna disrupt the balance of the universe,
yes,
or the balance of the country. I don't fucking like who gives a fuck? It's bitch ass wrestling, man. If The Rock wants to pay me some money to cape for him and be like, yo,
Chris be on the pre-show with Rosenberg.
Yeah. And then the WrestleMania shit was great. I'll do what Rosenberg does, man. But it would have to be a good amount of money. But the problem with that is, I think people would fuck up my overall brand, right? Because even though I'm not like super famous, people know me to kind of at least tell the truth the best way I see it, and lying about this Cena heel turn. I think people would see right through that shit.
Man, it would break my heart if I turned on WWE TV one day and Chris is just sitting there like Tyrus. You know what, fellas? Maybe I was born to shuck and jive.
Speaking of which, I wrote an article on Tyrus this week, and it's my least performing article that I've ever written.
Is the article about Tyrus?
Yeah. Nobody. It's a good. I think the people that have read it said it's a great article. It's about some shit he was talking, but nobody gives a fuck about that. I've written so many articles, and people like the Roman Reigns one. It was like the first article that I wrote that went viral. Okay. Because I was trying to stay away from wrestling, but once you enter my arena, then that's an invite for me to go at it with you, because any of these fools could get it right. But Tyrus was talking shit about Jasmine Crockett, and I just lit into that motherfucker. I was like, listen, dude, like, do any black wrestlers even like you? Will any black wrestlers admit in public that you're their friend? Like, yeah, I went in on that fool.
Also, Fox News, quick question: Tyrus got a weird case. Why is he around?
Yeah, because they don't care, man. Because Tyrus is that Negro that you pay to say racist stuff that you can't say yourself. He is a white proxy.
Racism puppet.
Yeah, he's there. It's like, man, I really want to say this racist shit, and I can't say it. I wonder who's gonna do it, and then that's when you ring up Tyrus.
So
and
he's
that's when
Fox's soundboard.
Tyrus will be a Huckleberry.
Laura Ingram calling him up. Hey Tyrus, could you call Shedeur Sanders a jigaboo for me, please? Thank you.
That's what that conservative content creator Nick Fuentes said about your boy Whitlock.
Oh yeah, he went in on Whitlock. I remember I saw it with Nick with Fuentes. He's like,
Jason Whitlock, you fat piece of
He said you get paid to say the shit that white people can't say because we'd be called racist if we said it. And just basically, the game is to be sold, not to be told. That motherfucker just told the whole game. I mean, black people already knew it, but
we knew the game.
Yeah, I never heard a white conservative just come right out and say,
"That's how you know you cooked."
Yeah, this is the game. You know, we like these black people because they say racist shit we can't say. You know.
Yeah, and I would. Well, I'll get into my question. I won't derail us too much. Getting on Whitlock and that Fuentes guy, but I'll go back to my question. So I think because if it's something that I've always loved doing, for example, if you tell me I'm gonna be in the front office for Washington Commanders now I'll be like, all right, I'll do that. I'll be like not an intern, but maybe like an assistant and help out. I don't know if your boy Snyder was in there, if I had the same, like I'd kind of be reluctant, and I think that's why I would kind of put it in a similar vein as to what they were talking about, John and Ariel, because it's like I'm not saying to fully compromise like your ideals and your morals, but it can kind of come up as a question of whether it meets your ethics or the professional integrity a little bit. And like I'm not going to compromise who I am completely. And so like a current day example that I thought of for me is if UFC asks me to be a part of their organization, either as like a matchmaker or help out with production or something like that, then I would kind of be like, I don't know, because I think it would depend on the role that they would have me in, because like
you're gonna work exclusively with Colby Covington, working on his promo.
What I would say to that, Ray, is I think if you get off a serious offer from a company and you could be a change maker in that company, I don't think there's anything wrong with at least trying it out. You know, the problem is always when you know the company is purposely doing unethical shit and you're just defending it like it's a everyday thing, like it's just this is just another day at the office, right? But I don't think there's anything wrong with using a company as a stepping stone to get to your next level. That's pretty much what Van Lathan did with TMZ. You know, it's like, I mean, that you and especially in the stuff that we do, Ray, because it's like those positions are not the easiest to come by, right? But once you get in and you've done your time at one of those places, it's like, okay, now I can get out this motherfucker and say how it really is, you know.
Cut to a photo of Ray Williams in between Trump and Terry Bollea smiling with a damn Real American beer.
Right, yeah. Terry Bollea had a lot to say about the Cena heel turn this week too.
Terry Bollea announced a new damn fighting promotion.
Oh yeah, I saw that. The freestyle wrestling.
Yes, Ray, you are required to cover that for Nefarious Media now.
Right.
You and Brandon from New Jersey.
Sure. We'll be up on that. But yeah, I think I totally agree with you, Chris. I think if they would allow me to kind of work in that capacity to be a change maker, then I'd be all for it, because I still love mixed martial arts, like, and I love the UFC. It's just like what it's kind of become a proxy for. But if it gets to that opposite end, then I'm deuces. I'm out.
Let's go to Gerard Downtown Brown. What's your question for the group?
I'm keeping it nice, fun, and simple. With yesterday, May 2nd being one aforementioned DJ, New Japan future owner, Dwayne Johnson's birthday. What is your number one Dwayne Johnson movie? Mine.
Oh.
And I might just be doing it for a joke.
Well, no, you can't say it yet. That
I can't say it.
Nothing against you, but the rhythm of the round is everybody goes and then we bring it back to you because you asked the damn question.
You the opener and the main event, brother.
There you go.
Go ahead.
So let's go with Ray first, because Ray's somebody who, as we've established, hasn't watched a lot of movies. What's your favorite Dwayne the Rock Johnson movie?
All right. I think the one that for me comes right off the dome is the Super Dome. Let me stop. Right off right off of mine is
that's why Dana White ain't sending you that offer letter, brother.
His appearance in Be Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I really loved him in Be Cool. I think it kind of showed a little bit of range, and it showed a little bit of his humor as well. So that's what I'm gonna go with. Nice and easy. His role in Be Cool.
That's a good one. Be Cool is like one of his most challenging roles, and the fact that it was one of his earlier roles has always been interesting to me. Chris, I know you got a lot of love for this man, Dwayne the Rock Johnson. You've been a guest on the Rocky Maivia Picture Show a couple times. What's your favorite Dwayne Johnson movie?
Well, it used to be Walking Tall until I reviewed it with you, Dave, and who was on the show with us? I forgot. But and I realized he was the fucking bad guy in that movie. He was like The Rock is the bad guy in Walking Tall. He is a piece of fucking shit. Watch it again if you don't believe me. But I think my favorite movie that is The Rock, and I'm not going to go into any ensembles or anything like that, is for me, it's Faster. Because it is kind of silly and corny, kind of revenge caper. But it was, I start seeing the range that this guy could have, right? So if you haven't seen the movie, there's this one like white guy in the movie who's like this in shape like gymnast kind of guy who's like an assassin as well. And there's a scene where he's been saying something crazy about wanting to kill The Rock or something, and The Rock has already killed like a ton of people in this movie, and he's like, dude, you got issues. And that line just always stuck with me, the way he said it, his delivery of it. So for me, it's gonna definitely be Faster, and I actually think that he's gonna, even though I don't always love The Rock, I do think that he's gonna find his actual Oscar bait within the next few years or so. He's got to stay off the Will Kane show, but I think he'll find his Oscar bait.
Do you think he's that good of an actor?
So that's never the question you want to ask when you're talking about film. It's never, is this person that good of an actor? It's, will a director bring out a good performance in that actor? And I think The Rock is someone that see a good director could bring a good performance out of. You know, that's kind of like what Judd Apatow did with John Cena. You know, he kind of bought a performance out of this guy that he could play. So that's the only thing The Rock is waiting for.
Have you seen the trailer for the Smashing Machine?
I have seen that. Yeah, that looks interesting, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
I was saying of his movie variety, I do think of him getting that within the next year. Smashing Machine is going to be one of those biggest efforts to push that narrative for him, because with the prosthetics, if you somehow blindly go in here and don't know that's Dwayne, if it's a good performance in a good movie, I could see that grabbing people,
right?
And saying like, this is his big swing for an award. And A24, those A24 movies don't miss.
Yeah. And what Hollywood's always been good at with Dwayne is putting him around actors that can actually act and help carry him, you know. That like they put him with like Billy Crystal, the what's the one's name from Mary Poppins,
Emily Blunt.
What's that?
Is it Emily Blunt?
No, it's the Mary Poppins herself.
Julie Andrews.
Julie Andrews, They put him in movies with people that could carry him, and that's what you do with actors like The Rock. You know, you put them in movies with people that can carry them to a good performance, and if you got a good director and a good everything else, then you got a recipe for Oscar success. But we got to see it, man. I think he made the wrong move by going on that Will Kane show. I think that derailed him maybe a few years from that. But they might purposely give it to Batista
just to spite him.
But I think you do make good points, and I do think that those kind of go in line with the Smashing Machine. Like you said, surround them with a good director, Joe Safdie with Uncut Gems and with a good time. That is a great director. Surround them with good casting. Emily Blunt, who played the new Mary Poppins, but she's also co-lead with him in the Smash Machine too. So I didn't think of that downtown, but you did bring up a good point, and I did see that trailer. So
him and Emily have chemistry with Jungle Cruise.
They really did, and that was a surprising movie for me as well, because I was thinking it was just going to be some trash kids movie.
And I think something that we've always brought up, particularly when Brian Mann is on the Rocky Maivia Picture Show, with a lot of the Rock's movies, you see the same directors. He is not somebody that to take chances, but I think with Smashing Machine, A24, with a quality director, like we'll get one of the Rock's best performances. But when I look back over the years, man, at this man's cinematic oeuvre, Jay, because that's what it is, man. These ain't just movies. This is a love story to the art of cinema. I think we start with the Rundown. Like Rundown, one of my favorite Rock movies ever.
Yes,
with him and Sean William Scott and Christopher Walken. Game plan low key. Game plan low key. Even though they had like these fake ass NFL teams because they couldn't get the NFL license, and he played for the Boston Rebels instead of the New England Patriots. Game plan low key was fire. I think The Rock's got a floor to his movies where it's like even the bad ones. Like I'm thinking like a lot of those monster movies and like disaster movies he made for a while, like San Andreas. Like they've got a floor where like they're not good. They're not great, but they aight. Like The Rock to me hasn't made very many bad movies. Like, and a lot of people.
His movies are like remember those weekend movies they used to show on Saturday and Sunday as kids?
Yeah.
Like it would be like an old movie. He's always good at making those movies.
And now Race to Witch Mountain, which is another movie that's like, it ain't great, but it'll do. But like, Yeah, and here's the thing: like they tried to tell me, they tried to gaslight me at the Poison Rana Christmas show. Salute to Braden and Davey and the crew over there. But our dear friend, the Empress, the good sis Karen Peterson, and then was trying to tell me that Tooth Fairy was The Rock's worst movie. And I'm like, have y'all not seen Doom? Have y'all not seen Doom? Doom is a movie that is only redeemable for that 90-second first-person shooter scene.
Right? Have they seen fucking Southland Tales, man?
Southland Tales, and then Southland Tales is actually a bad movie, but one of Rock's better performances.
Right? Yeah, he's actually decent in the movie, but that's not like Tooth Fairy is a passable movie, man. It's not cinematic gold. I ain't gonna say that, but
it's fine.
If you've got a kid and you take them to see that movie as an adult, you'll be fine with it.
Tooth Fairy, I recommend it for anybody that's got kids or got teeth. It's a good movie, ladies and gentlemen.
It'll do perfectly fine. Saying that's the worst movie he's done is insane, especially when he's done shit like Doom and Southland.
Doom is so trash. But I would say my top 2 Rock movies, number 1 might be a surprising one, but I kind of rock with Black Adam, man. I kind of rock with Black Adam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like to me, Black Adam.
Levi.
Yeah. Yes. To me, Black Adam's only flaw, besides the fact that it was made during a period where DC is just going through flux and they don't have very much quality control, is it feels like a superhero movie from a decade earlier.
Right.
Like if Black Adam had came out in like 2010, we would have been like, yo, DC got some heat over here. But because it came out after Endgame, we're like, oh, we done seen all this, man. You ain't bringing nothing new to the table. But I thought Rock was good in that movie. But then, The Rock's best movie, and it all comes back to Anthony Mackie, Gerard, Pain and Gain. Pain and Gain.
Yeah, that one is good.
Pain and Gain is fire.
Mark
Wahlberg, Dwayne Johnson, Anthony Mackie. It's a good one.
Mm-hmm. For me, I gotta go. Okay, shout out to Moana and Moana 2. I got nieces. Oh my gosh. Exactly. You know, him doing that was cool. I liked it. But for me personally, Central Intelligence. Him and
that was cool.
Golden Jet.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Central Intelligence goes. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was gonna be my
Jumanji.
That's another one. Yeah.
Gerard Brown.
All right. Well, hey,
you asked the question. You asked the damn question. Go ahead and answer it, brother.
Honorable mention. He is not the lead in the movie, but other guys, to me, his segment and the other guys is such a honest. His out is one of the greatest laughs I've ever had in cinema history.
There goes
to this day,
my hero.
Still looking for where the bush is at.
I remember when that movie came out. Richard Roper, I think it was, who said, yeah, I would have liked the movie better if it was The Rock and Sam Jackson. Just based off of that scene, man. Because they had and that would have definitely been a better movie than the Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell. But I thought that scene, especially where they jumped off looking for the bushes.
It was perfect.
Yeah.
For me, like, that was maximized. We were on the clock for only so long, and when you left the movie, I felt your presence leave.
Right.
And some of that humor and laughter from it. Yeah, Mark got his jokes, and same with Will, but it didn't hit the same. You know, you brought Eva Mendes in there later on, and her beautiful self.
And even kind of like when Will Ferrell was trying to. Like I guess the running joke in it is Eva Mendes isn't hot. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, it's just like
there's jokes and then there's jokes.
That's his training day. Stop playing.
Yeah, exactly.
I wasn't even talking about that. That's like one of her first films. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
But the main film for me is Gridiron Gangs. And if you see a theme in my sports movies, I love Coach Carter. That's my number one sports film. But Gridiron Gangs is a short number 2 because growing up, I was a badass kid. I'm just gonna put it like that. I was a badass kid. And so to see those inspirational films of badass kids pulling it together and becoming something, man, I was like, yeah, I can do that one day.
Take the Mustang challenge.
I ain't got no athletic complex besides running on track and wrestling on a mat. But outside of that, we'll see where it goes. I'm 5'4" right now. I got it to 5'6", but man, I ain't going nowhere outside of it. So, but I love those films.
Something about the Gridiron Gangs real quick.
We see you, Brandon.
The Gridiron Gang is an underrated movie. The week I saw the Gridiron Gang, I saw the documentary that the movie was based off of first. And they really do capture that. What they do is dramatize that whole documentary. And that's probably why it didn't do as well as it should have did, because that documentary, if you watch it back to back, the documentary first and then the movie, you'll have a better appreciation for that movie.
I mean, the movie, again, we reviewed it on Rocky Mountain Picture Show. It's one of my favorite rock movies, like low key. But here's the thing: you said it captured the spirit, it dramatized the spirit of that documentary. You know what it didn't capture? The spirit of the way that damn coach looked in real life.
Oh yeah,
because when you see at the end of the movie where they go through the pictures, are like, this is the actor, this is the real player. They all look kind of similar, Gerard. Then we get to the damn Rock. Here's the Rock playing the coach. Here's the real coach. Coach ain't got no trace of black, no trace of Samoan, no trace
he does
of
have
anything.
a nappy like fro kind of.
He's just a white man with a fro.
Yeah,
and that's you're supposed to get me to believe that's Dwayne The Rock Johnson, man. Come on, coach. Come on, coach.
And since they were doing that, I was really looking forward to, because Ida P. Hall played his mama, so I was really looking for if they were gonna go for the real mama for the equivalent.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, here's the thing with that, and I understand what Nate is saying.
Like, what race was this coach supposed to be?
Like, who else is wanting to do a movie based off of that documentary? No one. So The Rock is like, yo, I think this is a good documentary. I want to play your part. What the fuck are you gonna say? No, get another actor.
That was a glow up for the coach, though. Like, looking the way he looked to have The Rock play him.
Yeah.
Yes, that was a blow like reveal. But yes. Like, that coach ain't look nothing like. The Rock looks more like me than he looked like that coach, and The Rock don't look nothing like me.
That's real.
Yeah,
that's real.
So Gridiron Gang is your number one, Gerard.
That's my number one for The Rock.
Okay. Salute to Dwayne The Rock Johnson out here.
He's good in Fast 5. Like, I like him in the Fast series, but like, he starts to become a cartoon character at a certain point. And I like some realism in The Rock, because like, just be a person, man.
Well, it feels like after G.I. Joe, because his character in Fast 5 is basically just Roadblock from G.I. Joe. After G.I. Joe and the Fast movies, like, for a while, that's all The Rock was in all of these movies, was that character, just in a different setting. But hopefully with Smashing Machine, we get to see some more of The Rock's acting chops.
Yeah. Interesting fact about The Rock and G.I. Joe. Who else was up for the role of Roadblock is our late friend from Crime Time, Shad Gaspard. I did an interview with them before when that movie was coming out. He tells the story that he was all set to do Roadblock and G.I. Joe, because that's the only black guy on G.I. Joe, right? And then what happened is he said The Rock,
the disrespect to Doc. Shout out to Doc.
He said I'm more on that in a minute, but he said that was up. He was like the producers liked him for Roadblock, and everybody liked him for Roadblock. But then they said The Rock liked the script to the movie, and Chad Gaspard was like, "Man, I hope he doesn't want to play Roadblock. I hope he doesn't want to play Roadblock." And he was like, "What?" And then they asked him, "Which character do you want to play?" And The Rock was like, "Roadblock."
Damn.
Damn. And Chad was like, "Yeah, that fucked up his big break."
Salute to G.I. Joe, man. Doc, Roadblock, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. They was out here breaking barriers in this paramilitary organization.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Refrigerator Perry too.
Yeah, Refrigerator Perry had the G.I. Joe figure.
It's crazy. Like the only real life person to like succeed in the G.I. Joe universe is Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah,
and that was based off of a fake military career too.
Now you know, and knowing is half the battle. Jay Lacey. Actually, no, we're not going to Jay Lacey yet because I got a good one. I got a good one, fellas. I got a good one because you done got me thinking, Chris. G.I. Joe, right? It's a team, okay? It's a team. So I want to propose, coming off of Thunderbolts, coming off of our conversation earlier about, Marvel. In fiction, you get a 3-person team, 3 people for your organization. Could be from DC, could be from Marvel, could be from G.I. Joe, Transformers, whatever franchise you rock with. If you got to go on a mission to save the world, who are the 3 people you bringing on your squad? Jay, since I interrupted you and cut you in line, what 3 people you got on Jay Lacey's upper mid-card squad?
To save the world? Okay. I'm bringing Carnage with me. I'm bringing oh man. Let me see here. Ooh, okay. And they have to we saving the world, okay. I don't think of heroes like that. I'm like supervillains off the top for real.
Man out here building a Suicide Squad.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so we gonna go with Carnage. Gotta go Venom. Oh man,
old symbiote squad.
Yeah. You gotta save the world somehow, super. Man, caught me on a good one. I'm gonna go on out there and say Optimus Prime.
Oh wow! Ooh. We got Venom, Carnage, and Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a pull right there.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You got me with Optimus Prime.
Damn! If Venom and Carnage don't kill each other, you got a good team. If Venom and Carnage can coexist.
Yeah, but Optimus Prime, rip them, pull them apart, whatever. And, I'll be the Nick Fury, making the calls. Hey, make sure y'all go over here and play QB.
Okay.
No, I'll take that back. Okay, take Carnage out the equation.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with I just saw this. Aaron from Attack on Titan.
Oh,
he bringing the band to me.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do.
Struck a chord with your ring theory partner.
Hey, you know what I'm talking about.
The key right here, man. We can go to the basement right now. The key right here.
Who you got, Jerron?
Oh, well, I'm definitely gonna dip into the anime pool. So I got Satoru Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen. He's number 1, the strongest in their universe. So I'm gonna just take him, move him on over here. I'm gonna use Prime Superman because and I mean like Superman Prime, Superman. So I'm gonna have him in there so he can help support the team.
Okay.
And I've been debating because if I was to just move that camera over, you'd look at like can you point the right way? Right here at this wall, there's a photo of Vegeta, and it like from Dragon Ball Z. He's made up of like all the characters from Dragon Ball Z. Cool photo, and that's like my favorite character in anime. Period. But if we're using the narrative, homie always losing, and they always writing homie to lose. So I gotta pick Goku. I hate to pick Goku because like Goku always winning, but like Goku, Superman, and Satoru, Gojo, we got it, dog.
Yeah, so it's got a squad. He got a squad. Chris, who you got, Professor?
All right, for me, it would be Vixen from DCU.
Okay.
Katana from Mortal Kombat. And then the third person would probably be... We'll go with Bruce Wayne Batman.
Okay. See, this seems less like a team to save the world and more like a double date, Chris. You, Bruce Wayne, Katana, and Vixen Dog.
Yeah, I would have picked another. I was like thinking also I like Mr. Terrific. I also like Bishop and someone like that. But I just think I just could picture Batman with a female team like that better. But you also do have to take into consideration that Bruce Wayne has had like numerous affairs with everyone, you know. So it's but I'm gonna stick with what I got.
Chris looking at Vixen talking about, I know we're supposed to be saving the world, but you my world, girl.
Be careful, child. Still gonna get you.
Right.
Like when people would, I always thought Jade Cargill would make a good Vixen. People were saying she'd be a good Storm, and I was like, no, I actually think she'd be a better Vixen, but that's just me, you know.
Okay, I like
because Vixen is a tall supermodel, you know.
Yeah, Mari Jade.
Yeah, so
that's a government raid. You don't know nothing about this woman on these streets, turning all sorts of animals on you. Ray Williams, who you got on your team besides Cora Jade?
Stop. There y'all go again. So I was thinking about Superman as well, but in the interest of keeping all of our teams unique, I'll go a different path. Black Panther, of course.
Okay.
We gotta get our DEI in. DEI is still recognized around these parts. So gotta get the DEI in. I was also thinking about Goku, Brother Downtown Brown, but the guy is so dumb. So I'm gonna go with his son, Gohan.
Okay.
Because Gohan is pretty much could be almost just as, if not even more powerful than Goku, and he actually has some common sense and some brain cells.
Okay.
I'm going with Black Panther, Gohan, and the final one. I'm not a big anime guy. I follow anime here and there, but definitely want to go with Saitama, One Punch Man.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Why did I think of him?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, Ray. That's a good team. That's a good team.
That'll be my squad.
I asked the damn question, Ray, so I need to answer it.
Indeed.
So originally, when we was talking about this, I was still stuck in G.I. Joe mode and thinking about like military type stuff. And so I was like, my first round pick off the board was gonna be Maverick on these streets because I need me a good fighter pilot. Right. Then I'm like, no, man, like I can get a dude that can fly without a plane, Maverick. It's 10 lashes to save the world, my brother. Get that calcium out your system, brother.
Can't save the world till you save yourself first.
Drink some alkaline water to be all right, Ray.
Snow bunnies can't go to the sun and save the world.
Too much bunny hopping, Ray. But yeah, Top Gun Maverick, he got to stay back at the base. He can't come through. But I'm gonna pick for my team leader, Green Lantern John Stewart in the building. Brother got one of the most powerful weapons in the universe. He's a military strategist. He was an architect in the Marine Corps, depending on what origin story of John Stewart you read. And he's a good DEI hire. So John Stewart is my top pick. My second and third picks, y'all might be like, "Oh, you cheating," but you're gonna see the logic, you know. So my second pick is Voltron, the defender of the universe, ladies and gentlemen.
You are
Voltron. Okay, look, I knew there was gonna be some naysayers. That's why I'm here to let a naysayer know, Ray Williams. Voltron. I'm sticking with the classic Lion version, not the vehicle version, because that's way too much expense. We ain't got that in the budget. All these damn cars and helicopters and whatnot forming this robot. But Voltron, red line, yellow line, green line, black line, blue line, forming Voltron, Ray.
5 people.
But if he show up to the fight as one, that's Voltron, Ray.
I see
you know what I'm saying? That's like you see what I'm saying, Gerard? That's like if I told you I was going to see one band in concert, I was going to see New Edition, you could be like, "Oh, but that's Bobby Brown, that's Johnny Gill, that's Ralph Tresvant, that's Bill DeVoe." But together, Ray, it's New Edition. And Voltron was the new edition of fighting robots back in the day. So I got John Stewart and I got Voltron. I'm already coming through with this team, Ray.
What you gonna say next? The Megazord?
This third pick, Ray, I didn't even think about the Megazord. I didn't even think about that. But this third pick, here's the thing. I wanted to pick one of them, but they wouldn't let me pick one of them because they family, okay? So I had to pick all of them because you can't just take one. You got to take them all. Oh. And again, we got a robot on this team. We got a powerful black man on this team, but we don't have no female representation. And you could say, Nate, they might be a little too young to go out here and save the world, man. But they just saved so many people over the years. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about Blossom. I'm talking about Bubbles. I'm talking about Buttercup. The Powerpuff Girls is on my squad. I got John Stewart, Voltron, and the Powerpuff Girls to save the world, Ray.
Yeah, when you said Blossom, I was like Miami Bionic.
In my opinion, Nation, we can save the world. Like she don't sit ass down, Maya. She is smart, come over though.
Yeah, she is.
She is smart. But you know who else is smart? The Powerpuff Girls, Ray Williams. They put them hands on Mojo Jojo and them. Saving the world is just a piece of cake for the Powerpuff Girls, Voltron, and John Stewart. Come on, Ray Williams.
I didn't know.
Jason. Who it was? Oh, it was you, Nate. So, of course, you make the rules, and then you proceed to break the
golden rule. He who holds the gold makes the rules. Ray Williams. Ain't no rule in the playbook that says Voltron can't come to the fight already formed.
You said 3 superheroes. You got like 12.
The Powerpuff Girls is a superhero. The Voltron is a superhero, and the Green Lantern is a superhero.
Man, using WWE draft rules, like, I drafted the Shield.
It's the Freebird rules. The Freebird rules, brother.
Right.
If I knew that was the case, I would have switched it up.
Freebird rule. You got to think. Hey, I've been spending time on the weekends listening to my Terrence Howard tapes. You got to expand your mind, brother, so that way the universe can be within you.
Expand your mind. I'm gonna expand my team.
Real. So let's see. Now we go to our final question asker. Because did Chris ask a question yet?
I don't think he did.
No, I haven't asked.
Okay, yet. So we're gonna go to Jay and then Chris to wrap things up this week. Jay, what you got for your question while we feed these ducks on the pond, brother?
All right. So my question is, if you were to go out for karaoke, what would be your go-to song?
Oh my God.
Oh, I got it.
Go ahead, Chris.
Changed.
All right. So my go-to song is gonna probably be "What's Up" by the 4 Non-Blondes.
Oh wow!
Nobody expects you to know the words to that song,
bro.
So,
I love that song. Yo,
yeah.
So back in the day,
I said, hey,
like this 3-on-3 tournament basketball, and we named our team 4 non-shooters. So I know exactly what you're talking about,
so
bro.
Here's Lakers outside of LeBron and Luka. 4 Non-Blondes, Chris. That's a pull. That's a hell of a pull.
That is a pull. Love that.
Yeah.
By the way, R.I.P. to Jill Sobule, who passed away this weekend. Unfortunately, I guess passed away in a house fire, which is a hell of a way to go. So, thoughts and prayers to her family and the fans of her music. Ray Williams, what's your go-to karaoke song?
Well, I'm sure this is going to be divisive because we brought this song up in the group chat a couple weeks ago. And I think, like, when we were talking about the best wrestling theme for the Muffin Man, I think I might be. I know now that I'm in the minority. But, I think this is also a good song to sing along. But I think now that I look at it, I think the best karaoke song, I'll preface it by this. I think that this Fire Burns is a better wrestling theme than Cult of Personality.
However, look in my eyes when you say that, Ray Williams.
Yeah.
What do you see?
However, if we're talking about karaoke, I'm going with Cult of Personality.
Yeah, definitely.
Easily.
Yeah.
Well, key element, an underrated element to karaoke songs is what were the ad libs on the original track.
Right. Yeah.
And the Cult of Personality, like especially at the end where Corey gets, I am the cult of, like you go crazy, Ray Williams.
Yeah. Corey is just like, even if you look at WrestleMania, man, you can't tell me that the WrestleMania itself wasn't great, but you can't tell me In Living Color is not In Living Color, Living Color. Sorry about that, Corey. You can't tell me that's not one of the greatest WrestleMania performances of all time. Yeah. And this is not recency bias, man. That dude still brings it. I don't know how old he is, but he's like 60 something probably.
Yeah, got to be in his mid to late 60s.
Yeah, and he still brings it, man. I'm a big Living Color mark, so yeah.
I think
it's a beautiful thing.
Gage would have done just as good, but never mind.
Look, Ray, you don't have to follow me because only you can set you free, brothers. Gerard Brown, what you got for the people?
Oh, well, I was just going to parry off of what we were just talking about and just say, like, yeah, being there live in the building, his entrance was amazing. And that was, to me, it still stands out as one of my highlights of that entire weekend was that whole last entrance for night one's main event. And so Cult of Personality being played by them and having CM Punk's WrestleManias be bookend by, if you go back to 29, his last Mania, he was played out by Living Color there too. So to have that almost mirroring experience, but in the main event finally, man, that was what a great time. But that Fire Burns, that his initial theme song is fire as well. It played very well in that building. But for me, I'm going to the ocean. Billy Ocean's, that is, with Caribbean Queen. Man, it was
okay.
It was before Everything She Wants remixed by Wham, but at this point in time, I don't know what I don't know what happened when I heard Caribbean Queen like last year, but it has it's not the first time I heard it, but I heard it with some different ears or something. I was in a different spirit. and I went on a cruise, and that was my theme song the whole cruise.
You met you an island gal. You met you a Jamaican.
And I got this hair. The whip when I was listening to it. Hair was blowing. Caribbean Queen.
Hey.
No, that's my joint. There we go.
No more love on the run.
Hey, that's your joint, man. That is the song through and through. So yeah, Caribbean Queen.
Shout out to Billy Ocean on these streets. He had at least 2 good hits, Chris.
Right, yeah.
Caribbean Queen and Get Out of My Dreams and Get Into My Car.
Yeah.
Come on, Ray Williams.
I know Ray Parker Jr. was on an episode of Give Me a Break, but I'm think Billy Ocean was too. I have to double check.
Yeah, Billy Ocean was hanging out with Nell Carter.
Oh yeah. No, if you there is a version of Up Where We Belong that Nell Carter sings on Give Me a Break with
Billy Ocean.
It's with one of the Andy Gibb, the youngest one that he wasn't a BG, but he was like the younger brother. He died of an overdose too.
Oh damn! RP.
But like it's a duet, and they do a very good job with that.
That's a good underrated song.
Nell Carter, very underrated as an actress.
Yeah,
she killed it on the theme song too, because she sang her own theme song.
She's a great singer, man. She has like such an awesome voice.
Give me a break, I sure deserve it. Finally get a piece of the pie.
Yeah, that's the season 1 theme song. Yeah.
Taking me back to afternoons out of getting out of.
They had the 80s version. She sang the 80s version too of that, like not the 80s, but the like more updated. Like synth version of that song.
Okay.
Yeah.
That tracks.
Yeah.
So for me, like there's a couple go-to songs whenever I hit karaoke. I haven't done it in a while. But New Edition, If It Isn't Love, that's always in the chamber. That's always a good one to get the people going. One that I was on this one for a while, because depending on what company the karaoke bar in question was, this one would always surprise people, Chris, and win some folks over. I'd hit him with that Darius Rucker wagon wheel, brother.
Yeah.
That Darius Rucker wagon wheel. That was putting up numbers for a minute. Darius Rucker wagon wheel.
I could do some Hootie.
and Hootie, the thing about Hootie is like Darius Rucker is a good, like he's a really good singer. Like,
right, yeah.
I think his songs for karaoke, like if you can, like you ain't gonna be able to sing as good as Darius Rucker, but if you can carry a tune, like they're not hard karaoke songs to sing.
Yeah. And if you can sing it bad too, that's fine because that's karaoke, you know.
But I just got stuck thinking about that thing about trying to met a trucker out of Philly, had a nice long talk, but he's headed north to the Cumberland Gap from Johnson City, Tennessee. And that's the part of the song, Ray, when you get him. That's when you know you got the audience, because you throw out the hand like you going to Johnson City, Tennessee. Johnson City, Tennessee, I gotta get a move on before the sun. I know my baby's waiting for me, and she's the only one. And if I die in Raleigh, at least I will die free. And by that time, ain't a dry white eye in the house, Ray Williams. You speaking to their souls when you hit them with that wagon wheel. That one, and Jeremiah was a bullfrog. And Joy to the World, they love that one too, Ray. You got to know your audience if you out here performing. But the
dry white eye
wasn't a dry white eye in the house. Not a Caucasian eye was clear when I got through singing that song. Ray Williams took them back to their roots on that one. But I think like overall, like just in the history of me doing karaoke, my favorite song of all time, and it's funny that Chris brought up Ray Parker Jr. because I thought he was gonna go Ghostbusters there, and the song that I like since at least 2000 has been like just a random go-to song because it's a fun song. You don't have to sing it particularly well, and it's got a rap verse. Bobby Brown, On Our Own, from Ghostbusters 2.
Oh,
that one gets the people going, dog. Just too hot to handle, too cold to hold. Call the Ghostbusters and in control.
Yeah. Well, I guess
Hey, gonna have to take a job.
I even like the music video to it. Donald Trump could,
even though Donald Trump's in the video, he didn't spoil it.
Yeah. But you know, like, Christopher Reeve is in it riding his bike.
Christopher Reeve is riding a bike in it.
Yeah, that song definitely gives me the nostalgia feels every time.
All I know is that we gotta get it. We gotta take it on. And you like that's you can even put a little two-step in your performance, Ray.
A little bit of choreography.
Right, you know that.
Yeah.
When I do karaoke, Ray, I like to perform for the people, man. They paid their hard-earned money to see me perform. They didn't even know I was gonna be performing. But if I show up, I gotta perform. You know what I'm saying? Ray Williams, I give the people a show, give them what they want. That damn Bobby Brown get them going every time. Bobby Brown is a very karaoke friendly artist, particularly if you look at like that the My Prerogative album, like My Prerogative, Rock With You, Brony. Like there's a lot of good Bobby Brown songs that work for karaoke. So yes, you will be there. And then like again, having variety in your song, Gerard, can spice it up because you can just sing the regular basic version of every little step. But then if you got a smart person that's programming the karaoke, you get the rap version. Everybody wants to know what's going down. Now with the Jim or the James, it's Bobby Brown. Like, woo! I didn't know that brother had that ready. Good to go solo. Been on the mic for a long time. Guaranteed to bust out stupid rhymes. And Bobby Brown is a rapper too. Is a very easy karaoke rapper because his rhymes are simplistic and you just have to get him in the right rhythm. So yes, Bobby Brown, karaoke legend. Jay Lacey.
Hilarious.
Oh, I know you're getting bored dealing with this. I know you miss my love and my fucking.
Yeah, what was Ja Rule thinking? It's like, I'm gonna bring back Ja.
I'm gonna bring back
Bobby
B Brown.
Yeah,
had Bobby Brown jumping out of a damn helicopter wearing a Falcons starter jacket in the middle of the summertime, talking about, whoa, B Brown, I'm back. Like, no, Bobby, don't
people say that 50 Cent killed Ja Rule's career. I beg to differ. I think that song.
You blaming Bobby?
That was not the song.
Fire Fest.
That was not the song.
Not Fire Fest, not 50. It was Bobby Brown that killed Ja Rule's career.
Yeah. I don't think it killed his career. I think it just put it on life.
Fatally wounded.
My favorite part of that song, though, is when Ja Rule at the end of the song was like, "It's Murder Inc., y'all," and then Bobby Brown's like, "Murder." Like, no, Bobby, that was unnecessary, brother.
Yeah.
Everybody didn't need you to do that. Come on. Bobby Brown, yes, karaoke legend. Jay Lacey, you asked the damn question, man. What's your go-to?
All right, so my number one go-to used to be Radiohead Creep.
Oh yeah.
That's a good song to sing. Ooh. But if you look at the deeper meaning, it's like I can't be singing that no more up in here.
No.
I can't be doing that. So my go-to as of lately, and I'm pulling from Chris on this one, he'll feel me on this. Lisa Loeb and the 9 Stories.
Oh yeah.
Stay.
Whoa.
That is a good song right there.
Yeah. I used to have the
song right there.
I used to have probably still do, but I used to have the biggest crush on Lisa Loeb. I love those glasses that she wore. She was just, I thought she was.
You say.
Yeah. I'll do what I want to.
Hey. That song did go hard. That song did go hard.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's like one that's in my rotation to this day. And like when I go on road trips, me and my wife, it's not road trip unless that song comes on. That one goes at least 3 times. In
that vein, you know who got a low key song that I kind of rock with? And I don't know if it's the same. I think it's 2 different people because it's 2 songs, but they sound like really similar. I think they were both like out at the same time. But Sarah Bareilles got that love song joint.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna ride you.
Yeah.
That one is good too, man.
That is
But then the
fire.
other one, Chris, the other one that, again, I talked earlier, Ray, about singing songs for your audience. This is a song that crosses cultural barriers, man. Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten.
Oh, that's
That, feel the rain on your skin.
What else can do it for you?
I just think of that commercial that song was playing.
Yeah. It was like
You know the song that had a little moment, like, and this is like probably a good decade or maybe more ago, Ray, in the karaoke bars because of The Biggest Loser. It was that song, What Have You Done Today to Make You Feel Proud? Like, that was like the inspirational karaoke song of the night. Like, you can tell somebody's going through something. Maybe it was Chris after one of his 47 breakups. This, like, I need something for me. Just, what have you done today to make you feel proud? Like, you know what? I feel proud, brother.
I think lately, I think maybe within the last 10 years, I think that's a similar song was "This Is My Fight Song."
Okay, Ray. Okay, Ray.
Standing up, boy.
I know Ray last night was singing
Taking
that
charge.
Powder song. So you had a bad day.
Oh, yes. I was in high school. That was a story of my life.
I will tell you though, before we go to Chris's question, a song that got played out in karaoke, like after the first 5 times you hear somebody do it, you're like, okay, we're good. Was Uptown Funk by Bruno Mars. It's like, nah, nah, you ain't got the juice for this one, brother.
No. He got sued by the late great Angie Stone and her partner for that because they jacked that fucking song.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, he tried to warn him though. He's like, Angie, I'm gonna take this song. Don't believe me, just watch. R.I.P. Angie Stone. Angie Stone had some underrated singer.
Right, yeah, she was
Really
great,
underrated.
man. R.I.P. to her.
Chris, what's your question for the group, brother?
So I have to. This requires me to think. So,
we have been doing this for like an hour, Chris, and 30 minutes of that was just Ray asking his first question.
Well, I have to think about everyone else's questions too. So I did have a couple yesterday's price is it today's price moments this past week. So what is your yesterday's price isn't today's price? If like something you were willing to do in the past for free, now maybe because you got good at it, maybe because your brand has increased, whatever, the price has gone up.
The price of the brick is going up. Ray, what you got?
Well, this is actually kind of a relevant question for me because like I think I'm kind of building my craft as far as producing like these streams. And so,
Pollock stole you from us, man.
Look, hold on. Come pull out, Ray. Pull out, pause. Pull out. Because what you're not gonna do is try to leverage your post wrestling royalties.
No,
what we doing in nefarious. You're not gonna negotiate in public, Ray Williams. We're not gonna be bullied by your taxes, brother.
Pollock is like, we got a better company car.
Right. Go ahead.
We do this in arbitration.
Contract.
No, I was just saying, I'm not in that mode. I'm not in that mode yet, but I think I'm getting better and better. I think in the future,
Jay, that's why we training you on this production, brother. You see the vision. You see the vision. This man Ray about to get too expensive.
See, now you in the background like Steve Rogers. We was training his replacement. But no, I mean, I think kind of to take it through my life right now, as far as like the shoot job, probably like you gotta give me a grip to go back to like elementary school. Teach them kids. Or like middle school. Like now that I work with high schoolers now, And so now, like, of course, you got your ups and downs with teenagers, but I feel like teenagers can kind of relate a little bit more on an adult, like, mental level, like they're a little bit close on that level. Okay. But I'm not dealing. When I first started doing I'll tell this story real quick. When I first started teaching and getting into like internships, and I did like a substitute teaching job, and I was helping out with this pre-K class, and it was this one little boy, like, he was making bad choices. I won't call him a bad kid. He was just making bad choices. Little boy kicked me in the shin, and then I guess I didn't realize that the wound had opened up a little bit, because like a week later, like it was like some swelling on it, and I went to like urgent care, and it was like, yeah, it's an infection, brother. It's like, oh, damn. Kid done make, and I'm doing a sub job. I ain't got no real job yet. This boy costing me money, paying. So I ain't dealing with the little kids unless they handed me the bag.
Ray out here on his Cat Williams grind, getting beat up by these little kids.
Not that bad.
Lest we forget that, man.
No, we can't never forget that, man.
What an image. What a video. What an image that they paused on at the end with that chokehold.
I said, unhand me.
Lost in the sauce.
Somebody get this little ruffian. Jay, what's your yesterday's price is not today's price?
Before Chris gave me that explanation, I was thinking eggs, man.
Don't worry, with the tariffs, the eggs are going to come down. We're putting tariffs on these Chinese eggs.
Yeah, they're going to get up to $15.
Man,
yeah. For like a dozen eggs, it was like $13. Like, nah, I can't do this. But I mean, okay. Something I was doing when I was younger that you couldn't pay me to do today. I'm glad I had my kids when I was young, man. I mean, they have like infinite amount of energy, and like I'm in my mid 40s, right? And my nieces are super young. They're like, one's just turned 1, the other one's 4 years old. They require a lot of attention. I don't have the energy. I really don't. I love them to death, but I mean, I can give them back. If they were mine, I'm sure I would find the energy, but they're not. I don't have the energy to change my diaper, feed me, do all kinds of fun stuff. I can't do it. I just don't have that kind of energy. Like I said, I love them to death, love them to life, but you couldn't pay me to have kids right now. No. Yeah. I'm living in my 40s like I was living in my 20s right now. So I'm gonna do it. I got friends my age that have like young kids, and they're like, yo, we gotta do this. We gotta go take Junior to camp. We gotta do this with Lil Sally. Yeah, good for you. I'm glad. Now you see what I was going through. My kids are grown now. So yeah, I couldn't do it again. So you couldn't pay me to have you couldn't even pay me to have a puppy right now.
Damn.
That's real.
That's a good answer. That is one of the best things about being an uncle is eventually you can send them kids home. Exactly. Eventually, like we can have all the fun we want, but I'm gonna send you home to your mama. See you next time. Like as an uncle, that is your responsibility. Like, make sure you watch the kids while they're there, have a good time with them, take care of what they need, and then like eventually, 50 years from now, when you're on your deathbed, you hit them with that Uncle Aaron speech from Into the Spider-Verse. You on your way, you the best of us. Just keep going, kid. They're like, but it's 3 of us here. Like, which one is the best? Figure it out. Y'all the Powerpuff Girls. We just want you. Like, that was the weirdest deathbed revelation. Nate, like he said, we the Powerpuff Girls. I don't understand. For me, my yesterday's price is not today's price. Obviously, it's with broadcasting, like me and Ray was talking about a couple weeks ago. Like, unless you are a friend, damn near family, I'm not doing nothing for free. Like you know what I mean? Like I am to the point in my career, I've been doing this 20 years. Like, if you're gonna have me on, and it's again like friends, that's cool. You know what I'm saying? It's people that I enjoy spending my time with, that's cool. But if you are like somebody that is not a friend, or somebody that I may not enjoy spending time with, then yeah, you're gonna have to pay for the talent. But the other thing, the bigger thing, like in my day-to-day life, is like travel. Like I ain't traveling like I used to, man. Like back when I was having a conversation with somebody at work the other day. When I was like in my teens and 20s, on a weekend, like I would just drive to DC for no reason. Like I ain't going to see nobody. Like I know a couple people up there, but I'm not going specifically to see them. I'm just driving to drive because driving is fun. Nah, man. Nah, brother, you can't get me to drive to Virginia Beach right now. Like unless you putting more dollars on the end of that paycheck. Nah, bro, I'm good here. I can make the same money here, and I only got to drive 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes down the road versus driving 2 hours in tunnel traffic. Like I ain't doing that, brother. So yeah, travel, like yeah, I'm not flying nowhere unless it's for my own enjoyment or again getting a bag. I'm not driving more than 30 minutes to get to where you need me to be unless it's for a big bag. So yeah, I'm here. You know the what's the old saying, Gerard? Muhammad don't always got to go to the mountain. Sometimes the mountain, Darby Allin, has to come to Muhammad. And in this analogy, I would be Muhammad.
I love it.
Gerard Brown, what's your yesterday's price is not today's price, brother?
I'm gonna come off sounding like an asshole, but helping people. Because I'm an only child and I am somebody
hero for hire.
Hey, but I'm an only child with a single parent where it was, hey, this task needs to get done. I got to do it. And so when others have needed help in the past, or I've needed help in school, and so there's just been times in my life where I've needed help. And so when others need help, I feel that desire to want to help them. And so helping people, building those relationships, you can call it networking, you can call it whatever. I will still help people to this day, but I also work now in a full-time job that is care focused. And so when a roommate conflict happens and it's escalated, and there's identities that might be harmed, people that might be threatening physical, mental, emotional harm, that comes to me. And now that way is on me. And so my first meeting of the day could be, I'm walking into work and I'm getting something heavy. Cool, I got 3 more of those meetings to go today, plus my staff and their stuff, plus whatever else I got going on today, and my family health. I ain't got time to be helping everybody today. I ain't got time, especially if it's advice. You get, everybody is the Spider-Man from a Family Guy. Everybody gets one. That's how you get that advice. If you start to say, if you just keep complaining, cool, you need to frame the start of the conversation saying, hey, I just want to talk. I don't need advice. But when you come to say, hey, I need some advice, and I give you the advice, but it still sucks. Hey, homie, look, my battery, it's decreasing. I need you to feel it. Because I'm feeling you, I need you to either feel it back or just release so I can go help the next person. Because like there's a line. I hate to be like this person at customer service, but there's a line, man. Like, if you can help, you gotta go.
Yep.
So,
hit them with
reduce my line and my hours sometimes and who I'm helping, but no.
Hit them with I don't know what to tell you, brother, and then just walk.
Look. My office hours are between 9 to 5.
Big red.
I hear when he said Deion Cole. Deion Cole.
When Gerard said Spider-Man, I thought he was going to hit him with the Tobey Maguire. I don't see how that's my problem.
Oh yeah. Sometimes it is like that now, though. Especially if it's out of work stuff and it ain't got nothing. I can't get here. My gas tank on E. How'd you let it get there, man? Can you run a gas can with some gas? Did you not think about this prior to? I know you got that alcohol and you got that weed. I know you got. You think about that prior to. It's a life choice. You'll have to learn this lesson so you don't forget again in the future.
But what if they have an emergency oil change?
Right, that is good. That is a good question. You know, Ray Williams with his emergency oil change 30 minutes before we close. Brother, you need to take better care of your Lexus.
It ain't 7 yet.
if the lights is low, then you gotta go.
The open sign still on. You decided to leave the open sign.
That's just the general concept of this place being open. You need to read the context clues, right?
Hey,
the lights is down.
Real quick, Nate. when I used to work at Foot Locker years ago, right? And it was out in Oakland. I was working out there, right? And so right before we start closing on the music, I would play Busta Rhymes' Anarchy CD, right? And there's a song called "Get Out." Get out, get out. Get out of here. Yeah. When that song came on, everybody knew. Yeah. I'm telling you, get out of here. I'm closing in like 5 minutes. I'm not telling you what to do, but it's yours.
You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the hell out of here.
Exactly.
I love that people have just outro songs, because when we ended our parties in college, Too Short. It's time to go.
Another one.
It's time to go. I'm on the counter, drunk, pointing at the door. Y'all got to get out. We gotta go to sleep. Go.
Speaking of get like outro songs, another low key karaoke hit, Chris. Closing Time by Semisonic, man.
Oh yeah.
Another good one.
99, yeah.
I know who I want to take me home. That's another favorite for the Calcium crowd, Ray.
Right.
Yeah.
Putting you on game. Putting you on game.
It's literally got that line in there. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay
here.
Yeah.
You gotta throw the yeah in there.
Yeah.
Yo, there's a whole genre like that 90s like Semisonic, Counting Crows.
Yeah.
Five for Fighting.
Yeah.
Like
Five for Fighting was the one. I can't stand to fly. Yeah, that was
I'm not a bird. I'm on a plane. Like just that like emo alternative like rock dude. Like they had a season. They had a season.
When George Bush Jr. was in office, man, that's when we had some bangers coming out.
that's what they didn't have anything else to be occupied with. They was happy, man, so they could make these sad songs. Talking about it's one more night up in the canyon. And it's one more night in Hollywood. Like the Counting Crows had a minute with your white boy dreadlocks.
Mr. Jones and
he used to, like when I was a kid, and used to sneak into the Viper room.
Oh damn.
When I was 16.
We need more of these stories.
Oh yeah.
This should be a segment.
He'd be in there just bartending and shit, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Just like what's good, Adam? What's new? Well, they paid Paradise and put up a parking lot.
I wasn't there the night that Rivers Phoenix.
Damn! Like that would have been crazy if you were there that night. Like, why have we never heard this story?
No, because I was young. That was so back.
How the hell did you get into the Viper room, Chris?
Well, I'm 16 and I knew a guy that knew a guy. What happened was when I visited, because I was in Tennessee. Like I moved to Tennessee born in South Central Los Angeles, Inglewood to be more specific.
Inglewood.
And then moved to Tennessee in '93.
Okay.
And then I'd visit to LA like almost every year, and when I was 16, like at 97, I knew a hookup in LA that worked at the Viper Room. So he would sneak us in there.
That's crazy.
There was just, it really isn't that fun when you're 16, because if you're not doing all that shit. But now that you're in your 40s, it's a story that you could tell. It's like, oh yeah, I've been to the Viper Room a few times. Yeah.
So yeah, now we got to work up a segment, Chris, Ray, going forward with Chris Ely's True Hollywood Stories, man, talking about the Viper Room.
Right. Yeah. We honestly we could do that because I got stories with Whiskey A Go-Go, because I used to go there too.
Oh shit.
And David Faustino from
Bud Bundy
Children, he used to host a tea night. Yeah, Bud Bundy. He used to host a tea night. I was actually too young to go to those tea nights because I was like 11 or 12.
Damn. Chris is
but me and the homie used to take the bus and just go right into that motherfucker.
Knew a guy who knew a guy.
And the good thing about those Hollywood types is all those motherfuckers are short anyway. So, all you have to do is like, oh yeah, I'm 15. Yeah.
They thought Chris was an extra on Silver Spoons or something.
So you just go in there.
He's here with Alfonso.
Right, yeah.
They were
drinking. Like in retrospect, now that I'm in my 40s, I was a kid, I'd be like, yeah, why don't they host tea nights, man? Now that I'm 40, fuck them teenagers, man. Your tea night is Chuck E. Cheese or Dave and Buster's or whatever,
Damn.
man. You don't get a tea night out of the adult spot, yeah.
We gotta do this, Ray. We gotta work up something for Chris to tell these crazy Hollywood stories.
True Hollywood. I like that.
I was 11, and me and David Faustino and Christina Applegate was at the club with Alfonso Ribeiro and Ricky Schroeder.
And I was taller. I do remember this specifically. I was taller than David Faustino when I was 11. I don't know how old he was in '92, but
he was probably like 19 or something, yo.
Yeah, and I had him by like an inch or two.
He probably thought you played for the Clippers.
Probably.
You was on a 10-day with Mark Cooper.
Thought I was Byron Scott's son or something.
Chris, you asked the damn question. What's your yesterday's price is not today's price?
Okay, so I got two of them from two different fields. One is the field, what we're doing right now, and the other one is my actual government job, both literally and figuratively. But so, I used to be very, very open when people would ask me to do speaking engagements, or I would be very open to doing it. Like, oh yeah, just tell me when and where and I'll do it. Cause I'm like, it's free. And I wanted to get my name out there and help out whoever needed help. Mm-hmm. But now it's kind of been like people kind of taking advantage of that. And now that I have areas of expertise. My homegirl, Dr. Avis Jones DeWeaver, she told me, look, man, you can't be doing speaking engagements for free anymore. Like you got to get something for it. It's okay if you want to do it for like a kid that's a former student, but when people are paying to hear you speak, they are paying to hear your expertise in the subject. So I've kind of had to learn how to be like, have a quota and like follow it too, because that's what the publisher said also. It's like, you're not a bad guy for saying, hey, how am I going to get compensated for this shit, right? And then the other area is the podcasting, more specifically wrestling podcasting, but podcasting in general. Me and Nate, we've tried to have guests on the show before, and some are better at showing up than others. And then like there was one guest in particular, I'm not going to name him or he or she, but they were like agreed to do the show. On the night of the fucking show, nowhere to be fucking found. And then wanted to do the show again in like a week or so. And I had to get into the group chat and like, we're not doing this shit, man. Okay. If you agreed to do the show.
No, Brandon, it wasn't Prince Nana. I think I can speak freely.
Prince Nana wouldn't do that shit.
It was Terry Bollea.
Yeah.
Look here, Doc. I can't do it this week, but next week, brother.
the thing with Nana is he'll tell you, hey, this is what's going on. I can't do it this week. He won't fucking finesse you and say, hey, I'm gonna do the show and then not do the show. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But so what I've kind of like been doing now, along with Nate and you guys, I believe, is just if you cancel once, that's all well and good. But you gotta go to the back of the line, unless you are just somebody that's just huge as hell that we need to have you on the show. Because we do have, I mean, we do schedule things, you know what I'm saying? It might not feel like it or not, but we do talk out what we're gonna talk about.
Yes.
Before we do these shows. So the very least you could do is, it's one thing if you actually forget, but then if it's something that you do more than once, you're not gonna come get publicity off of our dime. You know, you can take that somewhere else. And even with like paying guests to be on the show, that was like an ethical thing. I was always like, I'm more so like, nah, nowadays, maybe if can you do the show or can you not do the show? And if you ask for some type of monetary compensation, the boys will powwow over it and see if it's a good decision. But you know, I'm not just fucking paying you because you think you are entitled to money when you're getting publicity from coming on our show, because people do listen to our shit, you know, and I gotta start treating these motherfuckers like that, you know. That's just it, you know.
Yeah, you have to, for us to actually come out of pocket for you as a guest, like you have to have some type of tangible, quantifiable value to the show besides the conversation. You know, and I'm not gonna say nobody's name, but there was a brother or a sister, you know, keep it vague, a few years ago that tried to hit me and Brian Mann up for some money, man. And I was like, look here, man, look here, sis. You know, we're not gonna agree to this, man. So you know what? You can just control your narrative some other place. So, you know, just I'll let your imagination run wild on that. But you know what else ran wild, Ray Williams? These damn ducks, because we've been feeding these ducks for about 2 hours. They are overfed, they bloated. There's a duck floating upside down. Ducks ain't supposed to be floating upside down in the pond, but we fed these ducks on the pond, ladies and gentlemen. Another successful journey for the parlay. So we're going to start to wrap things up for this episode. Shout out to everybody that's watching live and everybody that's watching or listening in the future. This episode will be up on the main feed, the free feed, on Monday. So if you want to hear the audio version of this, if you want to go back and hear about all Chris's exploits in these seedy Hollywood hotspots, you can check it out on the audio version. But let's go around the horn one last time. If anybody has any final thoughts or any plugs, and we will start with a sinner saved by grace himself. I tripped myself up laughing at my own joke. You know, I was hoisted by my own hubris on that joke, Ray Williams. It was funny, but it wasn't that damn funny for me to be stumbling over words. But Gerard Downtown Brown, what's going on, brother? What you got to say to the people? Anything you'd like to promote?
Hey, appreciative always of the opportunity to get up on the mic and chat with y'all, especially after watching some good movies and some good flicks this week. It was a great opportunity to be able to talk about that with you all. Nothing big, nothing great coming up on the docket. Catch Ring Theory. We cooking up and getting ready for the next episode. Yeah. So
in the lab,
Ring Theory episode 2. We in the lab with it right now. So we will see you on an upcoming Thursday coming soon. But outside of that, nah, man. I see one of those ducks upside down. I'm tired of chicken every night. I'm gonna go get me some duck. So you know the movie reference, cool on you. And if you don't, you might not love your wife, and so that's all good. So hey, I see you on the next one.
Gerard Downtown Brown, ladies and gentlemen. Upper mid-card Jay Lacey. What you got to say to the people, and promote anything you would like to promote, brother?
Yeah. So thanks again. Love being on the parlay. Love chopping it up with you guys. Check me out on my social at Blue Sky. Jarek-Wins at Blue Sky. Follow me on Instagram. Check me out also on Ring Theory with Gerard. And again, that's going to be coming up pretty soon. And any other nefarious networks activities, you might catch me up on here. I might just have to pop up and show up. So that's all I got.
Sometimes you got to pop out and show.
Yes, we go from a certified boogeyman to a certified educator. Chris Ely, what you got to promote, and where can the people find you, brother?
Oh, well, thanks for having me on the parlay. This isn't my normal digs, but
thanks for remembering we had a show tonight, Chris.
Yeah. Blame it on the alcohol.
That's another go-to karaoke song.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Blame it on the juice. Got you feeling loose.
I'm writing the book, and I have a literary agent. We're still shopping for a publisher. So I'm hoping that we get that deal inked by the end of the year. Right Chris. Now. Yeah. What's that?
I said, get that bag, Chris.
Yeah. We're trying to. I'm trying to see if I could parlay a figure deal out of this,
Parlay. I see you working.
But we'll see. So just read me on Substack and Medium. My latest article on Substack is on Tyrus. Again, nobody is reading that article. It just hasn't gotten the numbers that the article I wrote on these black sports teams and athletes shucking and jiving for Donald Trump and MAGA and all that. So I wrote an article on that. That one's doing very well. The one I wrote on Roman Reigns is probably the most viral article I wrote about his new venture into Trumpism, and how his reason for doing it is one answer questions, right? So I mean, that's the intellectual heft you get from the tribal chief, no articulate answer, just that shit. And his cousin The Rock is even the worst.
Chris about to snatch the Ulafala back.
Right. Yeah. I'm gonna buy my own at fucking Target. Or boycotting Target, so I have to.
You got to get it online somewhere.
Yeah, I'll buy it online. Those things are like $7. So
$7. Future owners of the Nefarious Media Network.
Right? Yeah. Rock is gonna come and buy us. Yeah, but The Rock is also Mr. I didn't want to cause division. Like it's just these athletes with their bullshit. It's like. I don't want to divorce. I don't want to endorse Joe Biden because he's a bad person or because he did something that I thought was unethical. I just don't want people to feel bad. Like, fuck out of here, nigga. But anyway, read all about that in my Roman Reigns article on Substack. Because I go in on all that shit. So Substack, just Google Christopher Ely and Substack, because I don't know the website right now, and you'll be able to read me. And my Substack is I don't have any paid tiers yet, so today's price is still today's price, but maybe in a month or 2 or 3 years or whatever, the price might go up a little bit. So take advantage of the free tier while you can.
Yep. Go read that Tyrus article. I think Tyrus may have been the only one so far to read it. He was so hurt after he read the Good Professor scathing words, right? He was like, damn, somebody called my mama. Or mammy, them dancing mammies he had to wrestle. Come on, man. Like we know what it was, Vince.
Yeah. I get when next time we do the show, I'll read a couple lines from it.
Excerpts.
So yeah, I'll read some excerpts because I did go in on that brother, man. And because he's from my hood, so which makes it even worse.
Yeah. Be your own kind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When that man said on national TV, "I was born to shuck and jive," I was like, "Yeah, I'm done with you, dog."
Yeah.
Ray Williams, speaking of people we may or may not be done with, depending on how this contract negotiation goes. Brother Ray, what you got for the people, my man?
Well, first off, Nefarious will always be home.
until Polly
I want to retire. Nah, never. I want to retire as a Nefarious.
Ray gonna show up one day wearing a Toronto Argonauts jersey.
Man, I'm just saying, if Pollock and Way offer you a big enough bag, I'll encourage you to like take it. I'll be like, yo, get that money, yo.
We will put a tariff on it though. 10% of your earnings got to go back to Nefarious. You got the tithe, brother.
And we don't need the keys back.
Yeah, we will need the keys back.
Nah, brothers, I'm always gonna be as long if I can get an ownership stake, brother. Yeah. I'll be a part of this. Yeah, I'm invested, y'all. I'm invested, so I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay.
Well, we'll give you 2% of the back end profits from this enterprise.
Yes. But yeah, just wanted to go ahead and thank the lovely people that joined us. Thank our supporters. Thank the people who commented in the chat today, including my favorite member of the Eagles Don't Hunt Flies podcast, Brother Brandon from New Jersey. Appreciate you guys for sharing and for coming up and just sharing your thoughts with us. If we weren't able to get to them and post them up on the video feed, we all of them were read. So just know that, at least by me. So appreciate you guys sharing and coming out. As far as me, you can always find me right here on the Nefarious Media Network, whether it be here on the Parley, whether it be on Styles Break Fights podcast with my partner in crime, Chichi Okafor, whether it be on the Kings of Sport proper, you can always find me here. And I know Nate's gonna go into everything for Nefarious. So other than that, I'm here for the brand, baby. I'm here for the brand. I'm here so I don't get fined.
We want to send again a shout out to everybody that joined us, everybody watching. I saw Andy B out there in the comments, Brandon from New Jersey, a lot of good people that we appreciate around here. So subscribe to the Patreon if you haven't done so already. Patreon.com/Nefarious Media Network to support what the team here is doing at Nefarious. You know what? Because the way I look at us, Jay, right? The world has been infected by a disease. These podcasts have been misleading the people. It's been dividing the people. And so you got to put together a team to fight that illness, to fight that sickness. And when you look at the Nefarious lineup with people like Jay Lacey, Gerard Brown, Steve Willie, Jennifer Smith, Brittany Monet, Chinyere Okafor, Ray Williams, Chris, the nephew, the youngest in charge, Andrew Thompson, and myself, it's like you going into battle with the Powerpuff Girls, Voltron, Green Lantern, and Carnage for some reason. I don't know how he got on the team, but somebody keep an eye on that brother, because Woody Harrelson is not to be trusted on these streets. But we doing some good work here. Sister Maria, newest member of the team, made her debut on the first episode of Ring Theory and came in hot with the baby. Came in hot with the baby on the arm and gave out some great wrestling takes. So Sister Maria is part of the family as well. So if you like the work that we're doing and you appreciate the spirit in which it is done, show us some love by going to the Patreon, also subscribing to the YouTube channel, subscribing to the Facebook page, subscribing to the Twitter page, I guess. But Blue Sky, Instagram, all of these spots, man, and then sharing the show with your friends if you dig what we're doing. For me personally, at @8 MOZAIK on Twitter, at @8 MOZAIK 757 on Blue Sky, and at Black_Nate BLAQUE_8 on Instagram. And before we get out of here, I want to give a shout out to one last person, Ray Williams, one of the most slept on karaoke songs ever was from a man who, besides this song, his claim to fame is he beat Boyz II Men at the Grammys for Best New Artist, which is still wild to me. Y'all show some love to this man, Mark Cohen, who was walking in Memphis, Ray Williams.
Oh, that's a deep one.
That one get him every time, too.
Oh,
put on my blue suede shoes as I boarded the plane. Touchdown in the valley of the Delta Blues in the middle of the pouring rain. Like, come on, Mark Cohen. That is a good. It's a good song. It ain't Boyz II Men good, but it's a good song. Yeah, I can see why he was nominated. He shouldn't have won, but I can see why he was nominated. Also, he was like the best new artist, and he was like 35 at the time. I ain't age shaming, but it's like this man 35. Boyz II Men was like in their 20s at the time, and it's like the best hot new young artist, Mark Cohen. This brother got he got like the Stephen A. Smith hair pattern going. I'm like, I don't think he the best new artist.
The Grammys are never a good barometer of who's gonna be a future star. Never. Just all you got to do is look at historically the people who haven't won Grammys, and you'll understand why.
Chris Ely just opened his mouth. Somebody give him a Grammy right now, and that is going to. Now we can't end on a Drake note. We can't end on a Drake note.
Take it awful.
Yeah, we can't end on the Drake note. We got to go back to Billy Ocean, some Caribbean Queen. There we go. Now we end on a peaceful note. So again, thanks everybody for watching. Share the show with your friends, and be sure to check out the audio version next Monday. We'll be back soon, a Thursday coming to a screen near you for the next edition of Ring Theory with Gerard and Jay, the latest edition of the Spinning Black Fist podcast, Styles Break Fights. Mama named it Spinning Black Fist. I'm gonna call it Spinning Black Fist, Ray. That's how I cover up my misspeakenness. We spent too much time on the pond with them damn ducks, right? The Avengers Initiative will be back soon with myself, Brittany, and Jennifer, and maybe a guest or two talking about Thunderbolts. According to some people, Gerard, the best MCU movie since Endgame. So we got to talk about it. And we'll get into like some spoilery stuff because we didn't really spoil nothing for y'all here. Go see Thunderbolts. Go see Sinners. I'm going to go see Sinners tomorrow. Chris is going to go see Sinners tomorrow with his lovely wife. So, yeah, support good films, man, especially if they are projects made by creators of color.
Non-traditional.
Non-traditional creators, if you will. So, for Upper Mid-Card Jay Lacey, for Downtown Gerard Brown, for the Professor Chris Ely, and for the King of Counseling himself, Ray Williams. It's going to be all right. I'm the Godfather Nate Milton, and you have been listening to The Parley. We'll catch y'all next time.